Renee, do you want to do a sound check?
Good afternoon, Cheryl. Can you hear me?
Renee, do you want to do a sound check?
Hi, Paul. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Absolutely, Cheryl. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, Cheryl?
I can. Who is this?
This is Joanne. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Joanne. Gotcha. Hey, Danielle, it's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Hey Cheryl, can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Everett, can we do a quick sound check?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Awesome, thanks. Hey, Suzanne, it's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Good afternoon, Cheryl.
Thanks. Trevor, can we do a quick sound check?
Test.
Perfect, thank you.
Cheryl, can you still hear me? I just switched mics.
You bet I can, thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Donnie, it's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check, please?
Hi, Cheryl. It's Donnie.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, Counselor Jolly, it's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check? Hi, Counselor Broadhead, it's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Hearing you loud and clear.
Perfect, thank you. Counselor Jolly, can we do a quick sound check, please?
Marta, I have a question for you. So when we get to legal and legend record services, is that when you want a motion on the municipal election budget stuff?
Yeah, it's up to you. So if you want to do it at that time or after, whenever is. Or
But we
with
want to
you
get that
guys.
done today, right?
I mean,
That'd be nice.
Yes.
Yeah. I see Wes. Is Natalie online? I don't see Natalie. Are you with us, Natalie? There she is. Awesome. Okay, I will call the meeting to reorder. Because we're just recessed. For October 24th, this is Committee of the Whole Special for Budget. Attendance at the start of today's session is 100% with Councillor Jolly and Broadhead virtual. We have an agenda to adopt. Is that just for today? Is that for the entire process?
it's just for today and depending on how much we get through today, we'll quickly amend the next.
The next one.
agenda.
Okay. All right. So can I have a motion? Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, that the October 24th 2024 agenda be adopted as presented.
All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed and that passes unanimously. We have a couple of registered speakers, but they are 5 o'clock specific for library and arts and heritage. So we'll skip over public input for now and go right into the portfolio overviews. 4.1, Mr. Fletcher is going to lead us through. And council, when we get through that, in your agenda package was a request for decision on an increase to the election budget. So if we're okay with that, I think we should throw that on the floor and get that over with today. So when we get to ledge and legal, we can ask questions about that one as well. So go ahead, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. The October 22nd council meeting, the overall budget was presented to you. And as discussed in that presentation, we are proposing a 4% municipal property tax increase to both maintain services and advance your priorities. Today, we're switching gears to a more functional overview. And these presentations that will occur today and then follow on Tuesday provide an overview of the work administration performs on behalf of our community, along with the related operating business cases, recommended operating business cases, and capital charters required to maintain our service levels or move forward initiatives related to the corporate business plan and your strategic priorities. We've organized the presentations by executive portfolio this year. And so I'll take a very quick minute to explain that. So each member of executive leadership will present their functional portfolio as it relates to services provided and business cases as applicable. The numbers, however, are rolled up in accordance with the budget document so that it's far easier for you to track where the numbers lay as you go through the budget. Over the course of these presentations, all leaders and key staff will be online to assist with responses to your questions. And so it's my pleasure to begin by presenting the financial plan and 2025 budget for council and executive leadership and discussing functionally legal, legislative, and record services and government, Indigenous relations, and environment. Moving into the first presentation, as you're well aware, council is the city's governing body, providing high-level direction and developing corporate strategy and related policies, ensuring municipal powers are exercised appropriately, and ensuring municipal duties and functions are fulfilled. You are well aware of what that entails, but for the public, highlights include strategic decision-making, the most recent examples of this being the decision to service Lakeview Business District and this entire budget process. Council represents residents locally through their engagement in decision-making and represents St. Albert interests regionally, provincially, and nationally through organizations such as the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, Mid-Sized Cities Mayors Caucus, and Alberta municipalities. Council also advocates Council also advocates to other orders of government on St. Albert's behalf, and members sit on various committees and commissions that are frankly too numerous to mention here. Executive leadership provides direct advice to council on corporate leadership and corporate leadership on all aspects of the municipal corporation, including supporting council in their governance role. This function funds the offices of the Chief Administrative Officer and the Office of Managing Directors. Simply put, our job is to provide our best decision quality information and recommendation when appropriate to enable council debate and decision-making. We also translate council's direction and guidance at the governance level into practical priorities and resource allocation, all while balancing the effectiveness of our outputs with the efficiency of our processes and procedure, always mindful of the impact to our residents. We are also responsible for setting the conditions for success across administration, both today and into the future, ensuring the health and safety of our most important resource corporately, our people. Legal, legislative, and record services provide leadership, governance support, and advice to council, administration, and the public. As experts in legislative and legal matters and records management, they ensure consistency and compliance for effective decision-making. A good example of this is the day-to-day legislative support, organizing and supporting council and committee meetings, ensuring full compliance with the Municipal Government Act, and the timely provision of information to council and the public on council matters. It is worth noting they planned and conducted the recent municipal census and will plan and enable next year's municipal election. And as you can imagine, it is essential that the business of administration is grounded in sound, fulsome legal advice spanning the entirety of our functions. I cannot provide a concrete example given the nature of legal advice, or I'd be offside with solicitor-client privilege, but suffice to say we are very well served. Our information and knowledge management approach and processes, both to enhance efficiency and ensure regulation compliance, is a significant endeavor that falls under this department as well. And our recent records retention guidance and ongoing digitalization efforts reflect this reality. Finally, Government and Indigenous Relations and Environment provides professional advice to advance the city's strategic interest and environmental priorities. They build and foster respectful relationships with the community, our neighbors and partners to support resilience. GIRE, or GIR, I don't know if I'm allowed to call them that, supports both council administration in our interactions and engagements with other orders of government, regional governing bodies, and our neighbors. The mutually beneficial relationship and partnership with the Government of Alberta on the twinning of Ray Gibbon Drive is due in no small part to their coordination and advocacy support. St. Albert is blessed with an active urban Indigenous population and is working diligently to foster mutually beneficial relationships with area First Nations and the Métis Nation of Alberta, as well as Inuit communities. Our journey towards truth and reconciliation is also a primary focus of this department. Our support to the recent installation of the Every Child Matters sidewalk and commemorative events surrounding the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation serve to demonstrate our sincerity. St. Albert is a city that prides itself on our green space, respect for nature, and responsible approach to development and conservation. Maintaining the wonder of our natural environment, enabling environmentally sound policies and city operations, and looking forward as St. Albert adapts to our evolving natural environment are key elements of this endeavor. One only has to look out a window to see the results. The following two slides will describe recommended business case related to these functional areas. The administrative assistant business case is for $23,000 and is currently unfunded. With the change to a full-time council beginning post-election in 2025, administration was directed to develop a business case for comparable administrative assistant support to what exists in similar Alberta mid-sized municipalities to support 6 full-time councillors and for the council term commencing on October 2025. In this instance, comparative analysis was done across the entirety of like-size comparator municipalities, and this is the recommended way ahead. Council will need to propose and approve a motion for this business case to proceed. In order to maintain services, the executive assistant, the first line item, will provide administrative support for leadership team and executive of a portfolio to ensure directors and managing directors are able to focus their capacity on significant operational or strategic issues. This capability would be a shared resource and enable our leaders in their day-to-day efforts to guide their departments in the performance of their duties while also looking towards the future. This request is for $71,800. The next business case is proposed to enhance the services that we already provide to the community, specifically looking at the climate adaptation specialist. We are proposing $81,800 for this position. It is required to develop, implement, and monitor a climate adaptation program within our organization and the community. To reduce economic, social, and environmental impacts of climate change, adaptation considerations will need to be incorporated into infrastructure, project planning and design, decision-making, and service delivery. While the city has made great strides with energy efficiency and climate mitigation efforts, a gap currently exists on the climate adaptation that this position would seek to fill. As we look to increase our resilience, this is a key component. In 2025, we also have a request to draw on our reserves for the 2025 election requirements. The approval of Bill 20 has resulted in additional costs to administer the 2025 municipal election, such as a requirement for a permanent electors register and the manual counting of ballots, due to the prohibition of automated voting equipment such as electronic tabulators. This cost is currently noted at about $200,000, but will certainly be adjusted, and actually we'll be discussing this, I think, Mayor, obviously at the discretion of you and council over the course of today to discuss the fulsome cost. This cost would be funded through the election reserve, specifically this $200,000 request. Switching gears a little bit from the functional areas to the budget lines, I will now turn to the council and executive leadership 2025 budgets. Please note these numbers do not include legal, legislative, and record services, nor government, Indigenous relations, and environment, whose financial information in accordance with our budget structure will be included in Diane McMorty's presentation. This slideshow shows the overall impact of the 2025 proposed budget in comparison to the 2024 revised budget. For council, the net impact is an increase of $94,000, mainly due to the increase in contracted and general services due to higher travel and learning and development expenses, the annualization of salary costs, and the transition post-election to a full-time council, which includes the $6,000 to cover the additional $1,000 per diem that each new council will receive to outfit their home offices. For executive leadership, the net impact of $17,000 is principally a result of the annualization of salary costs. This concludes my presentation, pending your questions.
Okay, so you want questions before we move on to the next one?
We could certainly, we can take questions specific to this, or if you'd rather wait for the more fulsome roundup from Diane McMorty on her pieces and ask them then, we are absolutely open to what you want.
I have a quick one about the climate adaptation specialist. So are we doing anything on that front right now?
We are, there's certainly some work ongoing over our infrastructure resilience. Our green environment strategy contains a number of initiatives that are focused on enhancing our resilience holistically. But in terms of our roadmap that will take us to net zero, as an example, in accordance with government direction, that's one of the key areas that we need to address. I know that Trevor Dooley, who's the senior manager of GIRE, is on, and I'll ask him to provide any additional context.
Yes, the only thing I'd add, and we'll discuss this more with council at the November 12th committee of the whole, is just since the EMRB sort of report on climate adaptation was released at the tail end of 2023. The city does have sort of an outdated climate adaptation plan. And so now it's time to kind of take a look at that given the regional context. So unless there's anything to add from Ms. Myers, I'll just say on the climate adaptation front as well, it's largely a side of desk activity until there's sort of more devoted resources towards climate adaptation. So yeah, Ms. Myers, anything to add?
Thumbs up from her. I guess my question is, if it's to develop a plan, could we do this with, contract services, term position? Because this, it appears, is going to be a permanently added ongoing position.
Yeah, I guess, Mayor, to your point, yes, you could certainly come up with a plan with contract dollars, but the implementation of that plan and then the ongoing evolution of that plan, I don't think the climate will continue to evolve and adapt. I mean, that's the reality.
So you get a plan and then you can.
And so the plan in of itself will be dated if it's not meant evergreen, and the additional capacity to ensure that we are disciplined in following the plan is really, I think, what underpins this. Mr. Dooley, anything you want to add?
No,
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'll open it up. Councillor Romansky, you're up.
Thank you, through the mayor to administration. Further to the business case for the climate adaptation specialist. It's noted that through EMRB, a lot of the data that they've collected is from other, levels of government as well. Like the province is working on it. There's many different avenues, the federal government, different committees, they're all focusing on it and compiling information. So is it not maybe a little bit too soon to do it in-house when that isn't fully collected yet?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Mr. Dooley, do you want to start, and then perhaps I'll chime in?
Yeah, I think so. So fundamentally, Councillor Bermansky, I think the EMRB report sort of highlights that all orders of government have a responsibility, and there's kind of a business case at a high level that sort of a 3.2 billion expenditure over the next decade by all orders of government combined serves to sort of mitigate the anticipated economic and social consequences as a result of climate change. And so I think from our perspective in developing sort of the City of St. Albert specific business case, it's that this is sort of within the sphere of control that we have as a local jurisdiction. There's things that we can start to do within our sphere of control that sort of apply that adaptation lens moving forward. So while all orders of government need to be considering climate adaptation, there's things that we can do at the local level now, essentially. So that's, yeah.
Okay, and the other question I had is if there's, say St. Albert is creating this position and a few other municipalities can afford to do it, are they not directed to provide information to EMRB, or sometimes it's a resource that we're paying for and providing to the greater group is, you know, how I would explain it. And sometimes it's contradictory to what the province might be directing as well. Has that been discussed at all?
I think Councillor Bermansky, if I'm understanding the question correctly, there's nothing mandating us from an EMRB perspective. The EMRB report, or from a regional perspective, I think the report just sets some context for some of the opportunities and challenges that exist at a regional scale, and then we've sort of taken that and funneled it down to a local level for things for us to start doing within a city of St. Albert specific context. That's not to say that this position won't collaborate with other municipalities, but sort of the focus is on things that we can do within our community and organization on that front.
Right, and it is nice that St. Albert does provide information to a lot of communities, but you have to find the balance in that as well. Thank you for your answers.
Councillor Bermansky. Or Hughes, sorry.
It's all good.
Yep.
Okay, so a few things. So what I can't figure out with this climate adaptation specialist is what they're going to do. Like what we've said is a lot of generalities. We are already doing things like oversizing pipes and planning for issues with the setbacks for flooding, et cetera, et cetera. So what are they going to do that we're not already doing?
Go ahead, Mr. Dooley.
Sorry, slow on the clicker there. So Councillor Hughes, I think the other components are some of the social and economic pieces that need to be considered as part of climate adaptation. So for example, just some of the air quality issues that we've been seeing in recent years, for example. I would say as well that, again, without a dedicated resource, some of those infrastructure and emergency management considerations continue to be sort of a side of desk activity. But in terms of sort of the day-to-day tasks, I'll refer to Ms. Myers to provide more context.
We can see you, Megan. We can't hear anything.
Mhm.
She's muted.
I'll offer some editorials. She's navigating her keyboard. You know, I think one of the things that, again, we've got a green environment strategy, which I was offer as some very useful components to it. But is very tactical in its nature, right? And so the federal government has been very clear that they're aiming for 2035. The provincial government says 2050, right? In terms of net zero. We do not have a roadmap to get there. In fact, I would submit to you that our understanding of our corporate footprint is incomplete at best. And we do not have the resources, frankly, to focus on that. So the big component of this will be defining where we are and then providing a roadmap that we would maintain as evergreen to ensure our resiliency and ultimately compliance in the out years.
So we have a municipal energy specialist though. And it says, so this says this is complementary to the, who's also in the environment branch. So that person is, what's that person doing then? Because
Yeah,
that's
so-
similar.
Yeah.
So the,
Go ahead, Megan.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So the climate energy specialist is really focused on the mitigation piece. So they're addressing really the causes. So they're working on the reduction overall, they're working on the reduction of GHG emissions. So sustainable transportation, building like clean energy, building electrification, looking at our RMR projects and our capital projects and our new facilities and making sure those energy use reductions are occurring and those GHG emissions aren't increasing. On the adaptation piece, they're looking at, it's more community and more broad. There's more interaction with a lot more of our external and internal pieces as well. So they're looking at disaster preparedness, flood protection, equipping our communities for extreme weather events, restoration, and there's like a natural asset piece. And there is some overlap. So when you look at green infrastructure, water and energy conservation, and building weatherization and smart growth, those are some of the overlaps. So these two positions will work collaboratively together to make sure that one isn't negating the other. So for example, when we're trying to reduce some energy costs and reducing our energy, but we're also having an extreme weather event or extreme heat, we're taking in consideration maybe using different technology in order to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and not use electricity to run our air conditioners when we're having that heat event. So these two positions will definitely work collaboratively, but they have a different lens. One a cause event lens, and the other one an impact event.
Okay, because I mean, I hear what you're saying. The challenge I'm facing right now is like emergency management. We have somebody in fire that specifically handles emergency management, including all those type of things, and has a plan, and that's their job. So handling that of all natures, that's what they do, and they do it well. So that would seem redundant. And then even like alternate uses of how we're going to use energy. I believe we hired somebody to do energy audits and implemented a couple of years ago as well. So I'm just gonna let you know, like what I'm hearing here though is everything that you've described. If the air quality is what it is, I don't know how we're going to filter the air quality differently, even if we know that it is bad or good. So I'm not seeing things that we aren't already doing in other desks, in other departments that may not be in the environment department. That's not still being done. So I guess I'm going to leave it to you to tell me, like, because emergency management has been handled and air quality, just you to notify, but that we already are doing that. And efficiencies with trying to do something like implementation of green or smart energy, we're also doing that in various departments. So is there something else that's not being done in various departments that this specialist be doing other than looking at this plan that's been put in by the MRB and then making it slightly different to our own?
So everybody in their departments, all the staff in our departments are very focused on their service level. They're not looking at climate change as an impact to their service level. So this position will come in and work with our staff and try to come up with some mitigation measures for each of those service levels or activities that they're doing. So it's not only just like energy reduction, but it's also adapting our facilities to those climate impacts. So for fire example, do we have fire resistant buildings, flooding? Do we have some infrastructure and different ways of landscaping around our facilities that will reduce the amount of water that can infiltrate into a high rain event or something like that? So we are doing that on the energy side, but on the adaptation side, we don't have that lens on our entire, like on the organization as a whole.
Mr. Fletcher, did you want to jump in?
I just wanted to add one thing, just in terms of some context over, Councillor is absolutely right. We've got emergency management, very, very impressive emergency management architecture down. That's ultimately about consequence management and business continuity though. And so the things that a climate adaptation specialist will be looking at in terms of those things you've heard, whether that be engineering standards, landscaping standards, all those things that we could physically do to mitigate those impacts. It's when those things don't work and something happens really that the emergency management piece is working on the concept management. So it's about reacting and then ultimately rebuilding. So they are different from those two perspectives.
So would this be an engineering position then? Like would the person who's doing it be an engineer?
They could be. They come from different areas. It could be a planner, it could be environment, it could be engineering. There's a wide array of disciplines that could fill this role essentially.
Okay, I won't ask anything more about that. I had a couple other things. So hold on a second. The election. Can I just ask it now since we're here?
Yep.
So
Are you talking about the specific business case that's in this?
yeah,
package? Okay,
yeah,
good. Yep.
but we're going to be talking about it later, so I might as well talk
Yeah,
about
go
it
for
now.
it now.
That's okay. So I went through the backgrounder, and so I'm trying to figure out why we would have to spend another $60,000 for promotion. We already had a budget for promotion, I'm assuming, of the 200,000. So what would require an extra 60,000 in advertising and promotion, just because we're doing manual counting?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Hughes. It's because we expect more changes than just to the manual counting. And for example, like with the permanent electors register, what's going to happen is we're going to get a list of electors from the province, but before they send it to us, we have an opportunity as the city of St. Albert to encourage our residents to go to the Alberta website and update their information so that the list we receive is more accurate, so that we have less work to do on the receiving end of it. So there's actually going to be a lot more changes, like process wise, that we want to encourage the community to get involved in and to know about. So that's why we are expecting more advertising costs.
Okay, I'm going to move upwards now. Food.
Is
Are-
some of that promotion around campaign expenses and revenue? Because they are changing quite a bit.
Yeah, so in terms of the campaign expenses and revenue, right now, we're still sorting out the logistics of exactly how we will explain that to the candidates. We will for sure have a website and probably some information sessions, but we haven't really decided what more, if anything, we will do about that. So yes, it'll incorporate it in a way, but we're not sure yet exactly how.
Okay, so food. So are we paying for the counters during their work schedule? Like,
Yeah, so the food was in addition for mostly for the counting. So what we expect is 24-hour shifts of people counting. So we just wanted to have a budget to be able to feed them, and potentially during some of our training sessions. So we'll be having training on counting, et cetera. We wanted to have a food budget added in. We never actually had one previously, but it is mostly related to the manual count.
so I guess for everyone who's watching, everybody, my mother's not even on, but I'll tell her to tune in. How long are we expecting this to take to come back with the results? Because obviously we have a budget for staffing, so I guess there's two questions. First of all, how long and why are we doing it 24 hours?
Okay, so we have until Friday, the Friday following the Monday election, the Friday at noon, to submit the results. That is the last possible time we could have the results. So we are planning to have space and workers available until Thursday to complete the count. We have participated or are planning to participate in a mock count. We have some results from a mock count done by a different municipality. And we're sorting out how the count will actually take place. And we're changing our ballots as a result of the manual count, but we actually don't know how long it's going to take because it really depends on how many workers we're able to hire, because we will be competing with the feds for election workers at the time. And also it will depend on how many people vote. So we really aren't sure. We are in our budgeting process, estimating that it will take until Thursday end of day to finish the count. It could be sooner, and hopefully it is. But we just really can't definitively say any earlier than that right now.
Okay. If I was to guess, I'm going to guess that we're not going to be competing with the feds. That's just me. We keep talking about an election every 5 minutes, and I'm figuring it's going to be in the spring. But that, again, nobody told me or anything. I have no inside information. Okay, and so then the security, is it just because, again, during the counting process?
That's correct.
And then the ballots. I understand you're changing the printing of the ballots, but we had to print ballots before. So why would it cost us $100,000 or $90,000 more to print ballots?
Thank you for the question. The reason is because we're going to be manually counting them. So in terms of having the quickest and most efficient, but also the most accurate count, what we have decided to do is to print, like in the past, you would have received one paper that had the 3 or 4, depending on whether there was a referendum question, ballots on one piece of paper. Now what we're going to do is give each elector 3 or 4 different pieces of paper that are going to be color coordinated so that we can sort them by color and then quickly count them by batch, like by here's the mayor votes, here are the councillor votes, here are the school board votes, and here are the Alberta referendum question votes. So that'll actually enable a more effective and a more efficient count. So because of that, we will have to have 4 times the amount of ballots printed, essentially.
And let's assume that we're not competing with the feds and we can get people. How many people do you assume are going to be actually needing to work to do all of this? Obviously, you need somebody for election day, and some of them will probably spill over because they'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll work 4 days. How many people do we think we need for counting?
We have assumed around 200 for counting.
Okay. Okay, I think that answers the questions I had for this one. So I guess really after we do this, I know we're budgeting a higher amount, but we'll have a better idea of the reality of it after we've done this once to get a better idea if we need to adjust going forward. Maybe we don't need 150,000 more, maybe it's 100,000 and we can adjust it next year.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. So the other, oh, also one more thing. Why are we coming forward asking for this now and not just waiting for later on in the budget to approve it in December for this request? Is it just because of the timing and you want to get a head start?
Yes, so we're already in the middle of planning and we're in the process of securing the vendor for the permanent electors software and the hardware for that. We're really quite far into the process already, so we want to be able to start expending the funds as soon as possible. So right now we haven't entered into any contracts, but we hope to be able to very shortly. And so that's why we wanted to bring it to your attention as quickly as we could, but we didn't get it in time, obviously, to get it in the actual budget document.
You still, if you need it now, then it won't even matter if it's in the actual budget document because you need it now, right? Sometimes timing is important. Okay, one other question. So this is a general question. So for all the new staff, we have listed the cost for the 3/4 of a year for the most part, with the exception of the council assistant. The 25% that is not in this year would go into next year's budget. Is it going to come out of taxes or out of growth?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So it would roll forward and annualize into next year's budget, but that is also the intent. So our new assessment growth revenue, if you recall, I believe it's 35% of it, of our new assessment growth always goes against the base taxes. So that's also intended to cover off that additional annualization of those salaries.
Okay, so it's not coming out of the growth. Growth is coming out of the taxes decrease category. Okay. The other question, I don't know if you guys know this or not at this the junction. So when I looked at the salaries, they're quite healthy. So what I'm wondering is when they did the review for the counselor salaries and they gave the recommendations, I know that they probably talked about other counselors. Did they actually discuss what the average salary is for the employees versus what the counselors are making? Because when I looked at the recommendation, when they came forward with 70,000, it would appear that the assistant to the EA would be making more than the actual counselors.
So I must admit, I don't know what the Citizens Committee actually discussed as it related to that particular component of
The
it.
final result was a completely.
That's correct. What I do know is that we conducted our own analysis on obviously the administrative support and in line with our P60 policy and municipal comparators. That's where it fleshed out.
I'm sure they make more than counselors do right now.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, I know, but we're also going to full-time status next year. So then their full-time council will be full-time. And yet it appears that the salaries don't seem to match up to the same amount. So I'm just suggesting that maybe that might be something when they go forward for future reviews that we actually give perspective on all fronts, not just across the other boards. I think that was it for, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Killick, you're up.
Thank you. To administration, Madam Mayor, the question on the risk and insurance advisor position. Did we discuss that or is that coming?
Yeah, if I could recommend that perhaps we hold off on that until those presentations come. And those business cases will be delineated in each of the presentations, and I would offer it's maybe, if you're okay, wait until those are
Yeah, I think
presented.
the only ones that you talked about so far were
The administrative position, the climate adaptation specialist, and the elections.
Okay. Do you have any on those?
No.
Okay.
That's good.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you, through the mayor to administration. In regard to the executive assistant position, it's mentioned in the backgrounder that it was reduced in 2018 was a number of executives. The administration was providing work to a lesser group of people, a lesser size of executive group in 2018.
Yeah, and I think that stems from decisions made by previous CAO for the old structure of a CAO, DCAO, and then direct to the directors. And so in particular, we now have, the executive leadership cadre finalized. And what we're finding is that I think that the support is generally adequate across our front. But at the director level, there's a lot of important but routine issues that are occupying their time that this would assist in, I think, freeing up them to look a bit further out, right, and have a few more hours in their day to provide guidance and direction to their teams.
Okay, and it's also mentioned that if it's not approved this year, it would go into place next year. Yet your balance for the support per member in administration would probably suggest you'd be asking for another one next year as well as if this one's approved to balance what you're saying in the.
I apologize. I think I just totally messed up my answer because I was talking about the administrative support that we're recommending for administration. In this particular instance, I do not have the context on the decision-making behind any reductions in the mayor council suite at all. And so, I think as we look at it, what we don't really know. I guess I would offer what a full-time council looks like and what those demands will be intuitively, right? And there's support required, obviously. And so I think this will be a test and adjust first year, right, as we start trying to figure out what that right size looks like, if that gets at your question at all.
Okay, yeah, I was actually asking about executive assistant to admit your administration.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, that absolutely. So my first answer was correct.
It was
Sorry.
correct, yes.
Okay.
I was going to stop you, but I didn't want to interrupt. So, and then the other part of that is the expenses, of course, 71.8 in year 2025, and then it's jumping all the way up to 101.5 in 2027. How do you project those increases?
Yeah, that's based on the start date. So again, the budget asks for 2025 are essentially 3/4 of the year.
Yeah, they start in
And
April.
then it's annualized for the full year in subsequent years. So it's really about a 1 April start is the target, and that's where the budget assessment is done.
Okay, so it jumps up a couple thousand every year is what you're saying then.
Well, it'll go to the full salary in 2026. So for the full 12 months, and then obviously any cost of living adjustments that might be or step increases that might be eligible for would be factored in.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, and I don't see any questions from Wes or Natalie, so we can go into the next presentation.
So thank you. I'm happy here today to present the Corporate and Emergency Services Plan and Budget. The Corporate Services team provides a variety of operational and strategic support to the organization to enable the delivery of high quality services. Oh, sorry, thought I did. Sure, now I can't find it. Like here.
Sorry for that. We're just having this been more to turn on our camera so people can see us talking.
Okay, so the Corporate Services team provides a variety of operational and strategic support to the organization to enable the delivery of high quality services to the community. The Emergency Services team continues to keep our community safe through the provision of fire services, emergency medical services, municipal enforcement, and emergency management. This department is also responsible for liaison and coordination with our RCMP partners. Further into this presentation, we will discuss corporate financing, which includes the portion of the tax levy used to support required debt payments, provides contributions to municipal capital reserves and projects, and also includes common corporate revenues and expenses such as interest income, bank fees, and lease expenses. There we go. So corporate services provides strategic guidance, planning, advice, and resources to council and the corporation to support the city's initiatives today and to the future. The following departments are funded through this portfolio. Corporate or Communications and Public Affairs, who employs a strategic, unified approach to drive engagement, facilitate opportunities for active participation, and proactively enhance the city's reputation. They collaborate and identify innovative solutions to meet the needs of staff and St. Albertans. Financial and Strategic Services provide strategic planning, financial leadership, and management for the organization and the community through guidance, reviews and analysis, innovative solutions, and advice to enable sound decision-making. As stewards of the city's financial framework, they ensure plans are developed and aligned to enable operational excellence and financial sustainability while managing risks. Human Resources and Safety advises on and delivers people-centric services and solutions that support clients and the City of St. Albert to achieve our organizational goals. And Information Technology provides leadership, IT security and governance, application and hardware management and support services, and solutions that address the technology needs of the City of St. Albert in order to achieve our operational and strategic goals. Emergency Services enhances the quality of life of our residents and visitors by preserving the peace, preventing offenses, and protecting life, property, and the environment through planning, preparedness, and response. In the 2021 Community Satisfaction Survey, St. Alberta residents indicated that they feel safe and secure in their community, with more than 90% of residents selecting that they feel safe or very safe. This is in large part due to the services provided in this portfolio. Fire Services provides 24-hour fire, rescue, medical, and dispatch services to the City of St. Albert. The operational staff of the St. Albert Fire Service are also trained to respond to water and ice incidents, as well as wildland fires. The St. Albert Fire Service also serves the community through the delivery of fire prevention services, which includes fire permit inspections, building and development permitting, as well as fire safety education that is delivered in schools and at community events. As an integrated service, the operations staff within the service are also trained paramedics and provide ambulance service to our residents through a contract with Alberta Health Services. In municipal enforcement, our peace officers enforce the Alberta Traffic Safety Act and Transportation of Dangerous Goods legislation. They are also responsible for enforcing various other municipal bylaws and provincial statutes, such as the Animal and Community Standards Bylaw and portions of the Gaming and Liquor Act and Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, to name a few. This portfolio is also responsible for ensuring the city is prepared for emergencies that may happen at any time. Emergency management oversees the development and implementation of plans and programs, as well as the training of staff in order to prepare for, respond to, and recover from all potential hazards, including natural disasters and technological or human-caused incidents. There are 4 business cases to maintain services throughout this portfolio. The fire marshal will lead the daily activities of fire prevention, including adding much-needed capacity aimed at inspections, improving response times to public inquiries, and engagement opportunities. The IT applications analyst for asset management converts a term position to a permanent analyst to support the enterprise maintenance management asset management software platform throughout the procurement process and implementation, and then to provide ongoing application management and support. This is a transformative project that will impact almost every department within the city. The MES Bike Patrol business case will establish funding for a permanent and annual municipal enforcement bike patrol program. Funding is for training, bicycles, and specialized uniforms and equipment. We've also identified a need for a risk and insurance advisor to provide a proactive approach to managing and minimizing the risks, frequency, and severity of claims, and enhanced decision-making that could lead to reduced costs of insurance and increased cost avoidance. To enhance and improve service delivery, the Corporate Emergency Services portfolio has 3 growth business cases proposed. A permanent contract management specialist is required to ensure consistent and comprehensive contract management processes across city departments, as identified in the procurement audit recommendations. The corporate security risk mitigation business case includes a new FTE and consultant funding to support established corporate oversight, coordination, and implementation work that matures the corporate security services to ensure employee, customer, and stakeholder physical safety and asset security. The requested value for 25 is a combination of wages for a full-time security lead position, as well as one-time contracted services. The inclusive hiring program. So as part of the 2024 approved budget, council approved 1 FTE for a diversity and inclusion advisor with the intent of developing a diversity, inclusion, and equity strategy. Part of this approval was to increase the 25 budget to create a permanent inclusive hiring program. This business case makes the pilot program a permanent program and includes 4 part-time positions. The program costs of $135,000 were added to the base budget based on council's motion from last year. However, we're just showing it again here for transparency and consistency because it falls into the 25 request. So the general government budget function includes the 4 departments in my corporate services portfolio, along with economic development, legal, legislative, and record services, and the government, Indigenous relations, and environment portfolio. So for general government, the net impact is an increase of $752,000. And as a result of, on the revenue side, $72,000 increase in license and permits fees due to higher business license revenue, driven by increased volume. A $456,000 decrease in conditional grants due to one-time grants not budgeted in 2025, such as collaborative economic development, land use and infrastructure delivery planning framework, and the clean energy improvement program. $258,000 decrease in transfers from reserves is due to one-time projects not budgeted in 2025, such as the home energy retrofit accelerator program and the 2024 business case for the Lakeview Business District, which was one-time money. And this is offset by an increase to fund the 2025 municipal election. On the expense side, we have $219,000 increase in salaries, wages, and benefits due to the annualization of salary costs and the addition of the 2 FTEs for the inclusive hiring program. $77,000 decrease in contracted and general services due to expenses related to the one-time grants and the one-time projects. So this is the offset to what was shown on the revenue side. Offset by an increase in software licensing costs and the 2020-25 municipal election costs related to Bill 20. Which, as we mentioned at the time of budget preparation, when limited information was available, was estimated at $200,000. So that's what's included in the numbers that are before you today. For emergency services, the net impact on the budget is an increase of just over $1 million. And as a result of, on the revenue side, $1 million decrease in fines, primarily due to the anticipated change in the scope within the Alberta Traffic Enforcement Guidelines, and a $580,000 increase in revenue in other revenue due to the new Alberta Health Services contract for ambulance services. On the expense side, we have a $340,000 decrease in contracted and general services, primarily due to the, again, the anticipated change within the Alberta Traffic Enforcement. $1 million increase in purchases from other governments due to the increase in the RCMP contract, and $87,000 increase in materials, goods, and supplies due to an increase in uniforms and consumable supply costs. So we're now going to switch gears to the corporate financing function. So this area of the budget includes the portion of the tax levy used to support the required debt payments, provides contributions to municipal capital reserves and projects, and also includes common corporate revenues and expenses such as interest income, bank fees, and lease expenses. This slide shows the overall impact for 2025 proposed budget as compared to the 24 revised. The net impact is a $348,000 decrease and is mainly due to $1.17 million increase in revenue due to the new assessment growth that's applied to the base budget. $1.5 million increase in interest income based on increased rates, investment base, and investments in long-term instruments. A $604,000 increase in transfers to and from reserves to fund debt payments. And so this would be the payments that are approved to come from the offsite levy recovery fund. And a $1.3 million increase in the gas franchise fee due to growth in the municipality, as well as increases in the gas franchise fees as approved by council in October. And this line item also includes the electric franchise fee as well, which would have a growth impact as well. On the expense side, we have an increase in bank and short-term interest due to higher interest revenue transferred to reserves. So many of our reserves are interest bearing. So any of the interest that we earn during the year, there's a portion of it that actually gets applied against those reserves and added to those reserves. So there's an offsetting expense there. A $324,000 increase in debenture interest due to new debentures. A $1.4 million decrease in principal repayments due to the retirement of the Service Place and Fire Hall 4 land debentures that retired, and being offset by new debentures for North St. Albert Trail and the municipal facilities. $2.5 million increase in other expenditures for corporate contingency, and $2.4 million increase in transferred reserves for the infrastructure funding strategy. The Service Place debenture savings were applied to capital as per our new policy, and is offset by reallocating to public operations. So that concludes my presentation for this portfolio, and my team will be happy to take any questions.
Awesome. Councillor McKay, you're up first.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. Just going back to the fire marshal's position, is that a question? Is that a supervisory position? Is it meant to lead the 2 fire prevention officers?
I do believe that is a working supervisor position, but I will invite Chief Cook to respond to that.
Good afternoon. Through the chair to Councillor McKay. Yes, that is correct. This is a supervisory position where the fire marshal will oversee the daily activities of the fire prevention branch. About 85% of the time, this individual will be boots on the ground, where it's estimated around 15% of the time will be focused on coordinating those the efforts of the department overall.
So what would the fire marshal's responsibilities do when they're out working versus what would the fire prevention officers be responsible for?
Thank you for the question. The responsibilities when they're out working will be the same. The fire marshal is a fire prevention officer. However, it is an individual typically with potentially higher level of training, but for sure higher level of experience that can provide that oversight to the department, and who's also responsible for ensuring compliance with the city's quality management plan, as well as facilitating engagement with the Safety Codes Council and ensuring compliance and reporting of all dollar loss fires to the Office of the Fire Commissioner.
We've never had this position before?
I understand that the position was filled back in and or around 2011, but it was not filled after that time when it became vacant. I don't have any more historical on it other than.
So we did have a fire marshal at one particular time, but we don't know why. Okay. All right, thanks. Just moving on to MES Bike Patrol, just for clarity, the $12,000, I mean, is that just for the purchase of like bikes and gear? Is that or what would the actual 12,000? It's not going to fund an actual officer's time riding a bike in the park.
I'll just pass that over to Chief Cook.
Excellent, thank you. I may ask actually Manager of Policing Services Aaron Giesbrecht to provide some insight into the $12,000.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, the $12,000 is mainly for the equipment and the uniforms. Those costs, the time of the officers is not part of that $12,000. This is just allowing for the tools so that the officers would have that option to be deployed in a bike patrol capacity.
And that, I mean, to me, that $12,000 doesn't sound like a lot. And that couldn't be found from some internal savings in relation to that, or is this just for record? Just for me, it just seems like $12,000 could be found from other efficiencies.
There is potential for that. I guess the reason why we wanted to bring it forward though is it really is a change in service level. And so we wanted council to be aware of that and supportive of that change in service level.
Yeah, thanks. That was the word I was grasping for, service level, and I couldn't find it. So the reduction in grants, and you talked about losing potentially or being impacted by a $1 million loss in revenue. Is that entirely attributable to the changes to the automated traffic enforcement?
I will probably pass that over to Aaron to speak to in more details, but that is the expected anticipated revenue loss. However, there is an offset, it's savings on the contract as well, but I'll allow Aaron to elaborate on that.
Sorry, I missed the first part of the question because I thought, Councillor Mackay, you said something about a grant or so photo enforcement, maybe just I'll speak quickly about photo enforcement. So photo enforcement, we're anticipating about a $600,000 reduction in net revenue as a result of the new program changes that we're anticipating. But that doesn't have anything to do with grant. That's fine revenue.
Yeah, no, Aaron, you heard me right. I just had grants and revenues. It was the topic heading. So sorry. So what was the actual number in relation to the ATE and then associated ATN contract?
So the total net loss in revenue is $602,500 is what we're anticipating. So there's a portion, it's about $1 million in fine revenue loss, but then there's a corresponding savings of about 400,000 on the contract expense side. So it nets out at about 602,000.
All right, thanks. And in the we talk about some of the RCMP costs and any additional costs that are unanticipated, or are we, when we talk about additional RCMP costs, is that related to equipment, service delivery, number of members? What is that associated to?
Go ahead, Aaron.
Thank you. So the $1 million increase in the RCMP contract amount, so that's year over year, 2024 to 2025, is mainly comprised of the salary dollars, which is approximately $570,000. That's the salary increases that we're anticipating. Another $355,000 that are associated to the divisional and shared costs for the RCMP. So those are things like the pensions, civilian complaints commission, recruiting, our contribution towards that. And then another $75,000 associated to operations maintenance. So those are things like the weapons, the supplies, capital costs related to vehicles. So that's what makes up about the $1 million difference. Year over year, when you look at that, if you average it out to a per member rate, it's about $17,000 per member more. And we budget for an estimate for 65 members is what we are looking at potentially being billed for in 2025. So that's where we come up with that $15 million cost. So that, put that in percentage wise, year over year, it's as a per member rate is about 7.4% increase. Yeah. Those rates also, for clarity, those rates also include and have estimates anticipated for any of the salary increases that we're anticipating coming from the RCMP union negotiations.
Yeah. Do we have a percentage number that we're looking at there?
For the salary specifically?
Well, in relation, I mean, remember, we were always budgeting or pre-budgeting for a certain percentage number that we were basically being provided for. And now I don't know what that number would be for this upcoming contract.
It's 3.5% is what the RCMP. So before, when we had that big long, we had to do our estimates and projections a little differently because the RCMP wasn't building in that salary increase in their projections. So we had to do it separately, but now they're including that within their multi-year financial forecasting. And it's at 3.5% is what they're anticipating.
Thanks. Good answers to sloppy questions. I appreciate that.
You all done? Okay, Councillor Killick.
Is this where I get to ask the question about the risk and insurance? Thank you. I thought we had just announced that we had hired a new person to manage insurance and risk, and had taken that role out of the corporate planning, strategic planning side. No, that somebody was doing work on the side.
I think we just filled a vacant position, maybe?
With it.
Yeah, I'm actually going to let Ms. Lokar speak to this particular one and maybe can address.
And what my question is was it a vacant position that we filled and now we're filling another one? Or how is this working?
Yeah, so what council approved for last budget is some contract dollars, and then we use some carry forwards to fund this position as a temporary position. And then for this budget, we're bringing forward this position to make it basically permanent. So yes, we did hire somebody just recently and to fill these responsibilities. So the budget that's included in 25 is to make this position permanent, because right now it's temporary for 1 year.
Okay, so it's basically the same person, just moving from contract to permanent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you through the mayor to administration. In regards to the fire marshal position, it mentions a part of the job is education opportunities for residents, and it was mentioned time spent with boots on the ground, but what kind of education opportunities and how much time would be used on educating the public, you know, by a person that's $176,000 a year out doing education events?
Excellent. No, thank you for the question. Every opportunity that fire prevention gets to provide education to whatever age group it is that requests it is provided. Currently, right now, we don't have dedicated a dedicated program when we're in specific age categories delivering that education to that group. So with respect to the comment about being boots on the ground, part of the role of the fire prevention officer is to deliver education. So of that 85% of the time, that individual will be out of the office working in the community. Part of that will be addressing requests from the community, various groups and such, to go into to a variety of occupancies or their facilities to deliver education, whether it's youth, which would be the Edith, could be the Edith program, or Learn Not to Burn, through to seniors, where it's around safe cooking practices and such. This individual will assist in delivering that as well.
Okay, and then the other question I have with regard to the same position is it jumps 40% between 2025 and 2026. So I understand that should be 25% higher if it's only for 3/4 of the year, but it's at 40% jump, and then it just stays at the constant no increase for the year following. So I'm not sure if there's errors in those numbers or.
I don't believe, thank you for the question. I don't believe there's errors in those numbers, but I do need to point out that this is an in-scope position, and as such, it is subject to increases to bargaining with the bargaining unit, which is the IFF. My assumption is that these wages will go up accordingly once the next contract is signed, but we can confirm those numbers as presented and get back to you with it.
Okay, and then on to the MES bike patrol. Do we even have officers to do this? Like, I'm constantly hearing officers can't attend to many different things in the city, and so who would be out on the bikes?
Didn't we hire 2 more last budget? Councillor Mackay?
If I may, there's Aaron there. Aaron, are you able to provide Councillor Bermansky an answer to her question?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great observation and question. I would say right now we do not have the resources to do it today, but as we anticipate going into 2025, we sure do. I believe we're going to be fully staffed, or anticipating to be fully staffed by Q1 of 2025, which allows us to have that ability to do a little bit more proactive work as we lead into the summer months of bike patrol.
And if I could, Aaron, please correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I think you mentioned the word sort of, it's a tool in the toolbox. And so, you know, this will not be 12 months a year of bike patrols, dedicated bike patrols. It'll be part and parcel of the analysis that MES does, right? To focus their efforts where they feel the best bang for the buck is over the course of the year. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. It'll be going, if it's approved, hand in hand with our cart patrol, because we still do have the golf cart that gets utilized, and that's a really good tool in some circumstances, but in other circumstances, the bike patrol tool is a little bit better. So both in order to increase that proactive presence in the community, in the parks, through the farmers market and those types of events.
So they would just be randomly dedicated dates then, not a regular schedule at all?
to be determined. If we have the resources and be able to do a regular assignment every weekend, that's ideal. But at the very least, we're gonna have a few random dates in there as well, if approved.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, what are specialized uniforms? Is it shorts or a helmet or what's?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So you need to buy specialized, it needs to be shorts, rain gear, different jackets, lightweight jackets, gloves, even glasses, all that safety equipment when you're riding a bike. It's just there's quite a bit there.
Okay, and the last question in regard to that job, there's no amount for 2026 or 2027, so that's to be determined, I guess, on the success of the program. Is that what I'm understanding?
No. If I may, Councillor Domanski, I'll provide an answer for you on that. We are planning to make minor budget adjustments to the base budget in future years to address the ongoing costs of the program. You could describe this $12,000 as seed money to get the program up and running, whereas the remainder or the maintenance of that program will be incorporated into operating budgets in the future.
Okay, thank you. And my next question related to asset management coordinator. Do we not have people in that position currently?
Councillor Bermansky, actually, that will be
That'll be the
within
next one?
Adrian's portfolio.
Okay. Maybe we need a list of what we're supposed to ask questions on each section. Okay, I'll hold off on that one. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Just quickly on the MES, why are we putting it out of capital growth and not in the capital fund for the one time for 12,000? If we're purchasing equipment, why is it coming out of growth and not out of capital reserve?
I would suggest just due to the low cost of the items, they wouldn't even qualify for capitalization from an accounting perspective. So we just put it through as an operating.
If we want to move it to capital reserve,
we could.
Okay, look forward to that motion soon. Just make a note here so I don't lose that. The security risk position, and I'm not sure, I don't think Councillor Bermansky asked that, I was just trying to follow along. We have 170 the first year and 127 the second year. So can you just expand on that?
Yeah, I will add, and then I'll ask Mr. Stovall to jump in, but it's a combination of a full-time FTE position and the first year, some money for contracting in order for them to assess all of our facilities and assess our security needs, but I'll let Mr. Stovall add on to that.
Good afternoon, Councillor Hughes. The breakdown approximately 100,000 for staff and setup, and about 70,000 in consulting fees. So that gives you kind of the comfort on the 25% increase for the following year is the wage component. The contract services, as Ms. McMorty identified, gives us the assessment and action plan and prioritization for our security needs so that we're hitting the right things, the biggest risk things for the city as soon as possible. And it allows us to get some external support to build that while at the same time having a person to work alongside that will ultimately implement.
Okay, so the consultant's a one-time fee, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. The next one I had was, hold on. I'm just curious, while you're here, Ryan, you guys wanted to hire a specialized position last year because only certain people knew how to do the software that you guys had. I'm just wondering if you're successful at hiring that person, because I know it was a challenge that you weren't sure if you would be able to get them.
So I believe you're speaking about the HRIS analyst. We did get someone. We are building a little bit of skill set in a certain function called SQL, just to build our resource skill capacity in that area. But beyond that, we are making good progress, and hopefully, I believe I briefed council in a memo around a version migration. After that, we should be really getting into new things with that system. So I'm quite pleased with where we're at. Of course, we always want to do more.
Okay, but you were able to fill that position is what I'm hearing, right?
Correct.
Perfect. The other one, okay, the inclusive hiring program. So we have the program now and it's being transferred into permanent, just like many other programs that we have right now under growth. So why was this put as a business base case when it's not really any different than anything else that went from temporary to permanent?
So I think that what that is, that an inclusive hiring program has been in place as a pilot program for several years, and it was at the direction of council in last year's budget to make it a permanent program. So we would decide that that's just part of our sort of normal service levels because it's been happening. So that's why it was put as a base business case. But Ryan, did you want to add to that?
The only thing I'd add further is we're out of pilot funding, right? So we can't continue the program without this.
No, I agree, but we have other things like the risk analysis, for example, that one went from temporary to permanent and that was in a growth. But this one's going from temporary to permanent and it's not considered growth.
I believe we'd actually might have to go back and listen to the discussion from last year's budget, because I think there was actually direction to add it to the base for 2025, and we only highlighted it here just for transparency, but I'd have to go back and check.
Are you
that.
talking about the inclusive hiring?
Yeah.
Yeah, those motions passed in.
That's correct. I think that the first year we lobbied to use the money as essentially the temporary dollars to generate the baseline, and then that would transition to the FTE.
Yeah, one of them was
Yeah.
the idea strategy, and then, yeah, it was all passed last year.
I'm not questioning whether it was passed. I'm questioning about the funding source because there's lots of things that are passed that would still be considered growth. That this is certainly the same, in my opinion, as many other ones. But okay, the other question I had about them. So it says 2 FTEs. So is this 2 people that are overseeing it, or is it a combination of multiple people with a lower level of FTE that combine into a 2.0 FTE?
I thought it was 4 FTE or 4 positions.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Stokel.
To Councillor Hughes, it gives us the latitude to design a program for what we need and the market can provide. So if we want 4 positions of 0.5 allocation, fantastic. If we want 1 position full-time and 2 half-time, it gives us that flexibility. So there's no, these are intended, these positions will be used to employ people with disabilities in a variety of capacities and in ways that make sense for us and them.
Thank you. I just wanted it because I think that when you just see it from first glance, it gets the impression that there's just 2 people overseeing it. And from a public's perspective, I just think they need to understand that it's actually hiring people with disabilities, and it's not necessarily just 2 individuals that will be hired in the end. It may be, but we have that flexibility. So I just want to make sure that was clarified so that the public didn't misread that potential business case. And then the other thing I was looking at, and it might be this. No, I have something at the end, fire. So fire hall number 4. I thought that it was going to be ready for 2026. Are we still looking at a schedule to have it ready, built out by 2026? Or because I just remember the debt strategy from last week, and it was saying that we're not having it come in till it was either 2028 or 2027. It was later than what I thought. I realized that it comes the year after, but it seemed like the build would be later than that. So are we still on track to have this built when we initially anticipated 2026?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Perhaps we'll let Mr. Cook offer any initial commentary, and I would ask maybe Donnie George with engineering to discuss the timelines.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher, and to Councillor Hughes, to your question. Thank you for that. Currently, right now, the project manager, Meredith Willisey, Fire Services, along with their IPD coach, are working through the design process for Fire Hall 4, which is obviously the first step towards getting that project, or that a shovel in the ground in that project underway and complete in the near future. Current estimated timelines, although I could be corrected on this, are near the end of 2026 into early 2027. Of course, that's dependent on the scope of the project. Unfortunately, I don't have much more to add unless Ms. George would like to offer anything up with regards to the facility.
I don't have anything to add, Chief Cook added the timelines for construction. As he said, the design is in progression, so we will see the construction start likely late fall next year and then into 26 and may move into the 27 spring.
So is the intention, because there's no request for any more firemen or fire personnel or whatever we're calling them in this budget. So is there intention to bring them forward next budget, or do we have enough, or?
Thank you for the question. Excellent question. Actually, there are 11 more positions that were identified by council in the past for Fire Hall 4. It is administration's intent to come forward with that request for the 2026 budget. In preparation for that, we would start the process of recruitment in 2025, assuming obviously that the funding would be in place for April of 2026. Of course, we can always stop that process if we need to as well. So that is in the plans to bring those remaining positions forward for the 2026 budget.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The other question I had is, so regarding the fire marshal, the concern I had was, and I'm just going to click on this button so I'm actually looking at the right thing, was the statement that we are currently failing the quality management plan for the past 2 years. So my question is, if for 2 years we have failed to meet the inspection targets outlined, when did we realize this and why is it taking this long to address it?
Excellent. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. The audit process you're referring to with regards to failing that is an internal audit that we do ourselves on the system. It is a valid audit, and it provides us insight into how we are functioning and where we may need more support by way of personnel into various areas of compliance with the Safety Codes Council. Internally, our staffing plan identified a short time ago that yes, this was a need for us. And it is unfortunate that this position is just coming forward now. However, I am very pleased that it is coming forward, as this position not only provides the supervisory supports to, it will also go a long ways to ensuring compliance, as in 2023, we were only able to complete 167 inspections versus 80 the previous year. So I have to give props to the fire inspection crew. Also, another statistic that I can provide to you and to support this position is the fact that we have over 300 proprietary or private fire hydrants within our community. Each of these hydrants needs to be inspected and tested every year by the owner. And in order for us to ensure compliance, we need the additional support in place. So yes, we are late with this position. However, the work that this position, the fire marshal, will bring will be call it a garnish to what we currently do in our services. And of course, it will lend well to the safety of our community.
Okay. I'm not arguing with you about the position itself. I'm just trying to figure out the delay in addressing this, but I'm not quite sure if I'll get that answer I'm not sure if it's answerable right now. The other question, the fire trucks, I know we talked about them earlier this month. I'm just wondering if we have any news about them.
Yep,
Yes,
absolutely. Go ahead, Ever. Yep.
Good news to deliver. If you would like to CIO Fletcher, please feel free.
Nope, this is all the work of both fire services and ultimately procurement, but the RFP the contract award for 2 additional engines has been signed for delivery in 2025. We will get a note out to council with some of the details on it. And we've set the conditions, or working on the finalization of setting the conditions for the letter of intent that will allow us to jump on the next ladder truck available. Yep.
Perfect. So we're moving forward on these little guys. Okay. And then the other equipment that we'll need for fire hall, I don't know all the equipment, I can't remember, but is there any other equipment that we need for fire hall number 4 that we haven't yet purchased, or do we have a timeline of when we may be actually doing that? If we haven't, I don't know.
Thank you for the question. Another excellent question, Councillor Hughes. Much of the equipment I believe you're referring to, which would be breathing air compressors, so the compressors to fill air bottles, the storage facilities, to hang turnout gear of our firefighters and such, and hose racks and that equipment. Much of that will be incorporated into the build of Fire Hall 4 or into the design, where the equipment that will be supplied or used on the apparatus for firefighting purposes, we're working to procure that through the procurement process for those engines. So in addition to buying a fire engine, we're doing our best to buy the right equipment with that truck so it comes fully equipped, which would be housed in Fire Hall 4 when that apparatus is moved into it.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I missed it. What was the timeline of when you are we looking at like a Q, or have we already hired it, like a Q1, Q2? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I think I may have lost Councillor Hughes. I'm sorry. Can you ask that again? I just want to make sure.
Sure. Yeah, so just the timing of it, we haven't yet purchased the other thing that you just mentioned, right? Like, are we looking at doing it early next year, or what is the tentative, I guess, plan to do it if we haven't already put the order in?
Referring to the equipment that would be fixed and housed in Fire Hall 4, that will be procured or identified and procured through the process of design and construction of that fire hall. So when the fire hall opens up, the items will be in the fire hall. With respect to equipment, firefighting equipment, so appliances, hose, nozzles, and those sorts of things, as we procure these new fire apparatus, we're also working to procure that equipment when the apparatus come in. So as CAO Fletcher said, we have a fire apparatus coming in 2025. When that apparatus shows up, we should be seeing the equipment that's required on that truck to show up at the same time, plus or minus a little bit of time granted, but right around the same time.
Okay, so we don't have the same type of delays to get the equipment as we do to get the actual truck. Perfect. Okay, just FYI, I'm not going to ask you for these numbers, but I am going to be putting in a BIR just to find out where we're at for overtime for fire, police, and emergency services. I am also going to be asking for the amount in salaries that are coming from taxes for 2025 hires. They're going into 2026, and to see if the numbers match what I'm calculating. That are coming into coming off of the taxes on the base for 2026. And I think I'm just looking to see if I missed something here, because this is a very large category. I guess I had one more quick question, and this is we have a lot of people asking, a lot of money coming in for IT. Again, we had quite a few last year. We got quite a few this year. So if I go back to it, at the same time, we just finished the audit to determine if we needed more resources, and that would have come in after the budget had been completed. Is there any other resources that we require to ensure a timely execution of anything we wanted to do for the audit?
You're referring specifically to the cybersecurity audit. I will just pass it over to Joanne to respond.
We're not hearing you, Joanne.
There we go. I think that's a bit better. You'd think I would know technology. Thank you for that question, Councillor Hughes. We are still taking the results from the audit report and compiling the detailed work plan to identify if there's any resources. At this time, we don't anticipate any staffing resources, but we'll still be constructing that plan, which will extend over the course of the next 2 years. So we don't have that information for you at this time, but should we have it, we'd be happy to take a BIR for it.
No, it's all good. Just wondering if just to make sure we close that loop and we didn't forget by chance.
Not at all.
Okay, I'm sure you're on top of it, Joanne. The other question I had was about, and I don't know if it's which department it is, so I'm going to just guess it's this one for now. So on page 26, we have like the summaries of the costs and increases and that was super helpful just to give us a general idea. But it says, so costs for material goods and supplies of 1 million, for fuel from rate and volume changes and electricity delivery costs offset by reduction in telephone charges. So, I'm just trying to so is it because we've increased the rate, like the number of cars in our fleet, or I'm trying to figure out why we'd have a volume change. And did we just renew our electricity contract at the least favorable time, or?
I can maybe see if Anne can respond to that question. That does mostly fall within the public operations portfolio that Diane Anger will be presenting, but I'll see if Anne has any initial comments.
I can wait. You know it's coming, so either way, it'll be fine with me. Would it be better if we just waited?
If your indulgence, if you could, yeah, and then we can have it sort of encapsulated within that functional group. And now that we know what's coming, obviously we'll have an answer.
I'm looking forward to it. The other one was under other expenditures for $3 million. So we know that I already know what the number for this recreation transit subsidy is, 200 grand, but the increase relates to corporate contingency increase. So why would we be increasing the corporate contingency by about 2.8 million?
I'll start and then Anne can add on. So the corporate contingency is basically used to house the dollars that we're going to require for settlements that haven't yet happened and increases that haven't yet happened. So that's, and I don't know, Anne, if you have anything to add to that.
No, it's just the next step level and the settlements for union. So that Zion covered it. Thanks.
Sorry, I missed that. It's just you cut out a little bit in there. So is it let me see if I got it right, and then you can tell me if I got it wrong. So from what I'm hearing is that it's money that we just set aside that we're already allocating to spend, but we haven't spent it yet? Is that what I'm hearing, or?
That's correct, because we would have union contracts like that are out of contracts that haven't settled yet. So we do, we have to budget for an estimate for it, and then it'll be paid out once those contracts are settled.
So it's just things that we're just not sure about yet that we will figure out in the next 6 months, potentially.
Yes, whenever
Okay.
contracts settle.
And that's already been included into the budget, right? Okay. I think, just give me one more second, Mayor. I don't want to have to go back and forth if we don't need to. Okay. I guess one more thing, about the interest and transfers. I understand that the interest rates have gone up, so then we've also had more short-term interest, but we're doing, now the interests are going down. So I guess, have we considered that factor that they just announced, like a 50-point basis decrease? Is that going to affect our bottom line going forward for next year?
I'll just let Ms. Victor respond to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, we have factored in that reduction in the Bank of Canada rate into the 25 budget. We had forecasted those reductions that are occurring right now. You will see in 24 that we're forecasting slightly higher because those reductions took a little bit longer than we had initially forecasted.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. Back to the risk and insurance advisor, it's requested as maintaining service levels, but that position's only been in place a couple months, has it not?
I will ask Ms. Lokar to respond.
So yeah, it is to maintain service levels because we had service levels that we were not meeting, which is why this position was put forth in the first place. So now we are just going to be able to get back to meeting some of the service levels and doing required work with more proactive risk management, as well as looking at our insurance policies and finding the opportunities for cost savings. So that's why we marked it as maintaining service levels.
Okay, and so this position was funded as a temporary, and then you're jumping to a permanent a couple months later. Do you not usually have the program in place to sort of collect the data and see what your successes are within the role and such?
Well, if you, council may remember that in 2023, insurance program review was done by a third party. And they identified that even with our current program, there were about 2 FTEs short to actually do it properly, and that we're missing some opportunities that we need to do related to insurance. Also, claims are becoming more complex, taking more time, and insurance companies are requiring more documentation to demonstrate that we're doing proper risk management. So it was becoming kind of impossible for one person to do all of that. Also, our claims have increased from significantly over the last couple of years. Usually industry average is about 150 per year, and we were getting some years close to 200. So we already had information that indicated that we need to add those additional resources, which was then also validated by a third party when they did the review. So now this position, so that's how position was brought forward last year for current budget. It took us a little bit longer to find the right person and to get position description finalized. So that's why we had only, a couple of months with the position, but we know that the need is there, and we know that this position is something that we should add to fill that gap.
Okay, and is it considered a consulting fee currently?
What do you mean consulting fee?
No, it's a temporary
Just temporary?
position with them.
Okay, and was there discussion in that, in this new process about self-insuring? I know that was a direction that was mentioned in the past, and will you see successes from that will be helpful in, in funding the costs of all this as well?
Thank you for that question. That's exactly what we're hoping that we'll be able to do with this position, identify opportunities for more of self-insurance. But in order for us to be able to do that and take on that risk, we have to make sure that we're doing proactive risk management and also coming up with the plan that to put money aside, because we can't just stop insuring or purchasing a policy. We have to make sure that we have money set aside to cover any claims should they happen. So this position will help us with that work to be proactive, as well as to look through our policy, to look through historical claims and that we had, and identify potential opportunities for cost savings, self-insurance, and also prepare us for some of those decisions. So yes, I do anticipate that some of the cost of this position will be covered by cost savings or cost avoidance through insurance in the future.
Okay, and it's mentioned here that this would be the first position and you're expecting to hire more of the same in future years. How have you decided what you would need for that?
So insurance review that was completed, they suggested that we should add 2 more positions, but right now I don't think that we need two more. We need 1. It's typically based on frequency and severity of claims, as well as if city decides to go more of on the self-insurance side, then that would trigger the need for additional resources. And it may not be only insurance, it may be also additional legal resources, because right now we're using brokers, so we can access legal advice through our broker. But should city decide to move forward with self-insurance, that would, result in a need for potentially additional resources on the risk and insurance side, as well as legal. So that's how, we have general sense that depending on decisions, we may need more resources in the future, but right now, this 1 position will meet the current needs.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions on that subject. I'll switch over to corporate security risk mitigation. And it's mentioned that a lot of the areas of problem are recreation and parks, followed by public operations. How will this position be addressing things that are out in the, not anywhere near City Hall, so to speak?
Thank you for the question. I'll turn it over to Mr. Stovall.
Thanks, Councillor Bermansky. There's something called crime prevention through environmental design. We are expecting that this individual to do hazard and data analysis to determine solutions that are community focused. So if there's a washroom where people are being assaulted, we should look at methods to mitigate that, as an example. If there's EV chargers that are being ripped off or cables being ripped off chargers, how do we come up with a plan to prevent this? So there's a bunch of operational items that this area is going to start collecting and analyzing that will have community impacts.
But I think perhaps if I could offer, and please correct me, Mr. Stovall, when you're talking about the public interface, I mean, we're very fortunate, let's be honest. Our vast majority of our residents are tremendous in their interaction. But for those public facing components of our organization, you can't plan for everything, but you can certainly train people on what to do. You can have procedures, policies in place for reporting, for assistance. Those are things that, conceivably, this position would look at enhancing to protect our folks who are out and about.
Is there safety training for the employees that there already is then? That's all. Thank you.
Councillor McKay, you're up next.
Yeah, really quick. I'm just curious, has the province then approved our 2024 census results? Have they approved that? Because I mean, you've identified it in transfers, or pardon me, transfers to organization individuals, a $200,000 increase.
So they had till the end of September to tell us whether our number was incorrect or not, and we were not corrected. So it is the correct number. And now we are just completing the census report. It'll be ready by the end of November, and it'll be available for the public.
So, okay, so by not responding, they've
deemed it correct.
Deemed it correct. Okay, so yeah, so hopefully, yeah, so that'll transfer to grants. And if it doesn't, what's the process? Do we just say these are, you didn't follow up, so.
So it'll be effective for grants effective January of next year.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, it's something that, like, how would we know if, I guess we'll just know if our grants kind of go back to our old population numbers?
Well, yeah, in fairness, I think it may be a little more proactive than that, right? And so it's in particular, our grant experts, right, have very robust and I think healthy linkages with, in particular, the provincial government. And so if there were going to be some sort of disconnect, we'd know about it ahead of time.
Councillor Jolly, Councillor Broadhead, you're good? Okay. So I think that's all the questions for our agenda today. So let's go back to the business case for the effects of Bill 20. There's no presentation on this. I think Marta's answered all the questions, unless there's further ones. If not, I will take a motion on this one. But Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Jolly, you want to make the motion, or anyone in the room? Lost them. Oh, sorry, Mike. I'm looking all around except for where I'm supposed to be. Go ahead.
That the following postponed motions be no. That's better. That the following postponed motions be approved. PM 25-09. 1, that the operating budget for the 2025 municipal election be increased by $469,500, of which $74,000 is to be funded from the election reserve and $395,500 is to be funded from the tax base.
You can do the second one too.
PM 2510. It's not that box. That the annual transfer to the election reserve be increased by $157,500 to be funded from taxes to maintain the increased service levels for the 2029 election. That the, okay, yeah. That's it.
Sorry? You stopped.
Yeah, that's it. The rest of that shouldn't be showing up on the screen. It's just the note that we could have done this motion today or done the deliberation
Oh,
at
right,
the
yeah,
end of
okay.
November. So we
Right, yeah.
just copied it in there by accident.
By accident, okay. And that is an addition to the 200,000 we're pulling out of.
That's correct. It's additional.
All right, any comments on this, Mike?
Yeah, these are purely operational and for advanced planning, so that we know where the money's coming from, and we've had a debate on why it's required. So this is fairly straightforward.
You're much nicer than I would be. These are not purely operational. These are all effects of Bill 20, provincial legislation that I still have no idea. And they have not been able to describe why, but it is what it is. And I think it's also prudent to do the 157 so we can build up a bigger reserve for 29. All right, I see no one else. Oh, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick. I was considering the alternate motion to fund it out of stabilization reserve until I realized that Bill 20 was actually a tax implication to our people, and they needed to understand that. And so I appreciate how administration brought it forward so that the actual outcome of Bill 20 was an increase to taxes to our people. And I think that needs to be said loud and clear.
Thank you. Councillor Jolly.
I'll just add to that. I know Mr. Fletcher already knows I would love to see a line item on our tax bills in June saying Bill 20 levy, because this has a real implication to our pocketbooks. So thank you.
Anything to close, Councillor Killick?
I agree with all the previous comments, but I was trying to be polite.
Call for the vote. There it is. Voting's closed and that passes unanimously. All right, Marta, go forth with democracy. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. With your indulgence, I just, the Ledge team pulled up the actual motion from last year on the diversity and equity, diversity and inclusion advisor. So just wanted to close the loop on that. The last line, and this was carried, says the 2025 base budget will be increased by 135,511 ongoing to create a permanent inclusive hiring program. And so we brought it forward for transparency, but that's following council direction, just to confirm. So.
Thanks for that.
I just sent you all an email just for your own interest. John and I have a table at the Inclusion Alberta breakfast at the end of November. It's a fundraiser, so, but it's just, if you're interested in what inclusive hiring does for our community, it's a great breakfast. So that's it. Like, we honestly have 3 hours to kill now, or 2 hours almost.
And so if you're willing, Mayor, if we could propose maybe a short break,
Yeah.
we can absolutely carry on with the next.
Can
I
we?
think we're prepared to carry on if
Okay.
you wish.
I didn't know if you guys would be prepared. You are? Okay.
Adrian is giving the thumbs up, but his face is otherwise, but I think he's ready.
'Cause he was
We are actually, I'm sorry.
So
that's
do
tongue in
we
cheek.
need to make an amendment to the agenda because they weren't on the agenda for.
It's all the same meeting. It's all the same meeting. It's just what we thought we expected to get through today. So for the next agenda, we just won't show the rest of whatever we get through today. So no, we don't need to amend the agenda.
Okay, all right. All right, let's take a 15-minute break because we've got time. Pardon? We have to wait till 5 though for the arts and heritage. Yeah. She just saying 20 minutes. So we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Mayor, I'm here just making a tea.
Not a bad idea. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. Everyone's back. So I think we've been able to push up both the library and AHF. So but I think we'll be able to get through Adrian's presentation. So why don't you start now, Adrian, and we'll take it from there, see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy to try to add a little bit of garnish to the already enlightening discussion so far this afternoon. I'll try to keep the palaver to a minimum here. So this afternoon, we'll continue with our portfolio budget presentations with Planning and Infrastructure and Services portfolio. The Planning and Infrastructure portfolio includes 3 departments, the 3 Economic Development, Engineering Services, and Planning and Development work closely together to manage the city's growth and development. Economic development pursues economic growth opportunities, financial sustainability, and community prosperity in St. Albert by working to enhance the competitiveness of local businesses, attracting and securing new investment, and informing economic decision-making. Engineering Services stewards the city's infrastructure, which enables connectivity and growth while adhering to professional standards and regulations. Their customers can expect a high level of service and high-quality, sustainable infrastructure through collaboration. The department provides engineering services covering a wide variety of areas of specialization, including the city's transportation network, infrastructure, and asset management, servicing and urban development, and as well as corporate project management. Our planning and development team works to help St. Albert grow in a safe, responsible, and sustainable manner. The planning branch manages land use in the city, including long-range planning, reviewing subdivision applications, formulating land use plans and policies, and conducting public consultations on proposed land use changes. The branch also provides mapping and addressing functions, as well as affordable housing initiatives. The development branch administers the permitting and compliance certificate process, as well as ensuring building and renovation design meets the high-quality standards expected in the city of St. Albert, while the Building Inspection Services branch oversees the physical construction of all structures within St. Albert, ensuring safety and code compliance. The budget information presented in the following slides is for planning and development and engineering services. The economic development budget was included in the general government presentation as noted by Ms. McMorty. Additional capacity needs have been identified in both the planning and development and engineering services departments to keep up with the growth of the city and the increasing complexity of development. The first identified here is a land coordinator position whose purpose is to investigate and facilitate resolution of identified encroachments on city land. The position is also responsible for reviewing and approving land interest documentation during the subdivision endorsement process, negotiating standard utility right-of-way agreements, processing development agreements, and crossing agreements, as well as processing and tracking city leases and licenses. The business case request for this position is $83,400. Due to the annexation, digitization, increased addressing needs, and focus on performance metric reporting, an additional planning technician has also been identified in order to maintain existing levels of service and to meet the regulated processing timelines within planning and development. And this investment is identified as $84,100. And then the third position that you see here is the Safety Codes Officer Electrical. So I think council has heard over the past 5 years, the total number of building permit applications has increased almost by half. It's a substantial increase as the pace of development continues to increase. Existing staff are stretched more and more to maintain service standards. This position within Building Inspection Services comes with a budget request of $102,500. And then finally, in the Asset Management Coordinator position is intended to be a central resource for all asset classes to help the asset stewards and subject matter experts align and support the implementation of the Enterprise Maintenance Management Asset Management Platform, or EMAM. This position will provide ongoing support for our asset management program with an investment of $75,500. On the capital side, there's a few requests. Through the Transportation Network Improvements Charter, the city intends to continue to perform improvements to intersections that result in enhanced safety or improved levels of service and reduce congestion or delays. The cost for this is $110,000. Neighborhood traffic calming is identified to continue to work to complete traffic safety improvements within neighborhoods, inclusive of school zones and playground zones. And the budget ask for this is $482,500. And then the active transportation project continues to target the completion of engineering design and construction of new sidewalk and trail structures to eliminate gaps within the existing active transportation network. This work is anticipated to cost $595,000. And then completion of engineering design and construction of Meadowview Lane to connect Rankin Drive to Mission Avenue is planned for $340,000. And the charter includes the relocation of the at-grade rail crossing at Meadowview Drive. And I think let me see, we've got two left here. As the city continues to grow, more investment is needed for planning that growth. And that is where the Transportation Network Preliminary Engineering Charter comes in to conduct conceptual planning and or preliminary engineering design for future arterial roadway improvements related to servicing new development. The charter is for approximately $650,000. And the last one here is a charter for a Badger land study in order to develop a cohesive site plan for the city-owned lands commonly referred to as the Badger lands. As noted within the slide, that is intended to be about $330,000. So this slide shows the overall impact for the 2025 proposed budget as compared to the 2024 revised budget. This is only for planning and development and engineering again. As Ms. McMorty spoke to some of the economic development component. The net impact is a budget increase of $476,000 and is mainly the result on the revenue side of a $122,000 decrease in sales and user fees due to a trending decrease in development services compliance certificates. A $69,000 increase in licenses and permits consistent with rate increases. And then on the expense side, a $75,000 increase in salaries, wages, and benefits due to the annualization of salary costs, and a $318,000 increase in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities due to higher electricity delivery costs impacting street lighting. And this concludes the presentation for this portfolio. We can take any questions that you have.
All right, cover that. Opening it up. Who wants the first question? Go ahead.
Okay. Hope the question is good. I'd knocked my mic all off and everything else. I guess it goes to one of the capital projects, and what would budget would be without having Dean on camera here. With the traffic calming, I was trying to, are we moving forward with something specific this year, or is it that we're moving forward with a further project? I'm just kind of curious as to what we're doing here.
Mr. Schick is online.
Thank you, Councilor McKay, for your question. Absolutely. So we initiated traffic calming in 4 communities in 2024. One of the first steps is the engagement for the neighborhood support. We're just compiling and finalizing the results or reviewing the results of that engagement. It just recently concluded on October 4th. And so there are expectations that we will advance to design work and then possible implementation of traffic calming. So as noted in the charter, it's difficult at this time to say specifically what measures will be applied. But prior to advancing the public notification, which council will be given a notice as well on what communities are advancing and whatnot, there are some that will be advancing that have passed the criteria associated with a public engagement for that support. So there are expectations that the program will continue and take the next steps. The 2024 program was solely anticipated to deliver that engagement and maybe some preliminary design work. So the next phases will be that detailed design work and then potential construction, subject to, of course, the community approving a final traffic calming plan.
So that was in those 6 neighborhoods that you like, that's where you specifically were focused on getting the feedback from the residents on those kind of received requests.
That's correct. The 4 communities include Oakmont, Northridge, Riverside, and Mission. Those are the 4 communities. Now, in 2024 as well, we have also received a number of requests for additional communities, which essentially then would spark that potential then subject to budget approval, and where we're at in regards to the number of communities that advance to the next stages of possible implementation. It would spark the potential then of the next community engagement, do the survey. So there's always, with traffic calming, there's likely various stages and status of different communities that may be in the engagement phase to the design phase to the construction phase.
So is the money allocated to the traffic calming, would that be also in construction then, or is it just in engagement and design?
It would be inclusive of construction. At this time, though, I just want to note that it was it was essentially a valued placeholder because we don't have formal plans created to develop an actual cost estimate for construction. We used some past experience with traffic calming measures in consideration that the construction would advance in a community. But at this moment, we don't have a final traffic calming plan that actually would focus on that final, like to give an accurate final value. But we would essentially use the funds requested to advance construction in the communities that have met the criteria and desire traffic calming, and then potentially engage, if there's budget remaining, engage with the next locations that have requested administration to apply the traffic calming policy and process.
So those neighborhoods, they've been outstanding since 2020, 21, or how long have they been outstanding?
There's the longest has been 2023. So it's just more recently the neighborhoods that we're in right now have made the requests. And so I should correct myself, maybe 2022, late 2022 and 2023 is what the 2024 program is responding to in terms of resident requests.
So I kind of, the point of that last question was, there's been a few neighborhoods that have been waiting a year, maybe 18 months. So we don't have anything other outstanding, like as it relates to neighborhoods.
No, just new, because the 2024 program was essentially committed to the 4 communities that we're engaged with right now. The new requests that we received in 2024 essentially are now potential action and response would occur in 2025. So there are communities, there's a backlog, I guess you could say, of requests right now for communities to have administration consider and implement traffic calming.
All right, thanks. That's all my questions on that one.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Slot, for your presentation. At the Alberta Municipalities Convention, we heard the Premier talk about the significant growth of people coming to Alberta over the past year, and I suspect St. Albert got its fair share. My question to you is twofold. One, is this intermunicipal migration expected to continue, to the best of your knowledge, at the same sort of rate and new immigration at the same rate? And secondly, would the two planning development officers give you relief in your department to allow you to have a manageable workload in managing all the permitting?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Broadhead. So do you want to speak to the growth assumptions or?
Yeah, I think in terms of the growth assumptions, I can offer some commentary and then turn it over to Mr. Slatt. And so, you know, if you read the papers today, you'll see that the government of Canada has revised their immigration intake, dropping it. I think it's about 100,000 and some odd, reducing slightly over the next 3 years. As we look at Alberta, that will have a certain amount of impact. I think last night at the State of the Region address hosted by the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, there was talk in terms of forecasting that interprovincial migration is likely to maintain its numbers, right? And as we look at, you know, certain capital investments, in particular in the energy sector, that might actually also be a net detraction for some of the trades. So I think overall, from a trend perspective, we may see some reduction in immigration to Canada, and Alberta's component of that, but we'll continue to see fairly high rates of interprovincial immigration, which will still drive the realities, you know, as it relates to housing infrastructure and supports for folks coming into the province. I don't know if that gets after the first piece of your question, and I'll defer to Mr. Slatt for the reality of the staffing.
Yeah, I was glad I didn't have to answer that because I didn't do great in my population projections and forecasting in school. So, no, yeah, so I think that Mr. Fletcher is right. From what we hear, the interprovincial migration is kind of what we anticipate still impacting Alberta and the attractiveness of the Edmonton region and St. Albert. So, yeah, I think when we talk about what we've seen, it's not only the growth, but also the growth in the types of uses that we're seeing. So particularly on the electrical inspector side of things, we saw in the past probably 7 or 8 years, we've seen a substantial uptick in electrical permit requests. And it's even greater since COVID, really, with a lot of people installing air conditioners or hot tubs or whatever, doing retrofits and things like that to their homes. So that is an area within building inspections that it's pretty well maxed out at this time. And the same can be said for planning techs. I think we've been fairly consistent now for a while, and we just continue to see kind of more requests, more complexity, and as we're growing more, the requests for I guess service continue to go up. So that's why those two positions in particular are there.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that because I know during the our conversations over the last while, certainly in relation to not only opening up Lakeview Business District and the growth into the west, but just the idea of the growth of our community driving the need for more resources in order to do that. And that's part of our strategic planning process that we talked about early in the year, and it's coming out in the budget now. So I just appreciate that it's here and that we're trying to address a need that is that's been identified. So thank you for that. Not sure that was much of a question, Madam Mayor, but I did want to make a comment.
Typical Broadhead. Any more questions for Adrian? Oh, it's not working. Okay, so Granicus is not working, so let me know, Mike and then Shelley.
Thank you. I think this fairly simple question, but the electrical inspector, do we recover that wage through the inspection fees? Is it kind of a break even?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. So I would say if you segregate it to the building inspections branch, yes. If you apply it to planning and development as a department, we're probably around 75 to 85% recovery, depending on the year, the amount of construction, et cetera. So it is intended, it's a user fee, and we try to base our master rates off of covering those costs.
And the second question is, obviously with all of the new building forms that are coming with basement suites and garage suites and all of the complex solar panel installations. Is this new position driven by just the different build forms that they're having to inspect and all the new rules and regulations around that?
I guess I can say that if you talk to the inspectors, there's definitely, the world is not getting less complex. The structures are getting far safer, but there is a lot of extra things that they are checking. And I don't know what percentage of that drives, the extra need for inspections versus the overall growth. And like I said, the addition of just new requests on the electrical spectrum. A lot of people are retrofitting their homes that were built in the 70s and 80s, and the electrical needs from then versus today are totally different. They're upgrading services, et cetera. And that all takes, a lot of time, a lot of inspections.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Romanski.
Thank you to administration. The asset management coordinator, could you explain if there's how many employees you have working in asset management currently?
I'll ask Donnie George to speak to the asset management side.
Through the chair to Councillor Bremensky, the asset management currently within the city, we can say it's a hub and spoke model. The hub, we call it a sort of centralized, it's residing with the engineering, but we do have spoke member staff spread across many asset groups within the organization. So this asset management coordinator position is being added to the hub section of the organization, which is in engineering. Currently, we have 2 FTEs supporting the asset management. And in addition to that, we have a GIS analyst also helping not just engineering, it's helping utilities and other infrastructure as well.
Okay, and how long have you had 2 employees there?
Since both of them, I think we got added in 2019, 2020, that time frame.
Okay, that's all the questions there. Thank you. The land coordinator, it says it was removed and that job split into 2 other positions, or what were the other positions it was split to?
Through the chair to Councillor Bremensky. So initially the storm land compliance coordinator position was existing to take care of all the surface drainage issues and also the encroachment. Now, the FTE, the staff that filled that position got moved into the asset management specialist position recently. So what we decided to do is split part of that scope, got moved into development engineering to take care of lot grading and storm compliance issues. There was an FTE that was approved last year or previous year that we moved that portion of the program into that, which means what we were left with is the land portion of it, dealing with encroachments and dealing with development related files. There's a few programs that falls under that category. So what we essentially did is hire a temporary position to do that leftover portion of the job. So the ask now in front of you is to convert that temporary position into a permanent one.
Thank you. And then with planning technician analyst, the transition to digital processes was supposed to streamline and require less staff. So why is it creating more staff now?
Yeah, I guess thank you for the question, Councillor Bremansky. That is the intent. We are still pursuing our digitization, digital platform for applications and so forth. That work is kind of behind the EMAM asset management platform, so that'll be pushed off a little bit. But regardless of the savings that we get from the application side of things, the planning technicians, the work that they're being asked to do to support kind of departmental needs is just increasing over time. So like addressing is one component of it, but there's a lot of other tasks and responsibilities that they're being asked to do. And so it's just increasing kind of as a kind of a global kind of perspective.
Okay, and then that same position, it's mentioned it was affected by, the annexation. and municipal naming, but the municipal naming sort of passed. So why is that mentioned in there?
So, yeah, so the planning technicians are responsible for all municipal naming within the city. So all of anytime a subdivision comes in, all of the infrastructure that gets names goes through those planning technicians. They have to vet those names to make sure that they comply with our naming policies, et cetera, before they can be formally officially named.
Oh,
So
it doesn't change then.
It's a continuing thing, but as we grow our network, it just becomes more.
Okay, and just things here. On neighborhood traffic calming, being that there's no or not many new requests, why is there a dedicated 482.5 for many years going forward?
I'll have Mr. Schick speak to that, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Domansky, and through you, Madam Mayor. There are, sorry if I miscommunicated, we have received multiple requests, new requests in 2024 for traffic calming. So there is a backlog right now for communities requesting the investigation, the review, and then the necessary steps of following our process for initiating traffic calming. And so this is kind of held knowing that it's a multi-year process, multi-year delivery for a single neighborhood or road segment, being that there's extensive public engagement, resident engagement, and then design and then construction. So it's anticipated in the next few years that we'll be developing some traffic calming plans, which will give better, accurate cost estimates for construction, and also acknowledge too, through the engagement, what communities are achieving the criteria to advance with traffic calming. But we do suspect in the next 2 to 3 years, some substantial engagement occurring just to take those first steps for traffic calming in communities.
Will you be using different means of traffic calming from what you've previously been using if you're getting feedback from the citizens again?
Absolutely. Each traffic calming plan will be created based on the input and the operational data collected, following our standards and typical practice, of course, but we can't at this time make assumptions to say there's typical measures that may be considered, but subject to the community's communicated issues, the locations, their desired aggressiveness in terms of traffic calming and the issues that are occurring, the plans themselves need to be developed through the engagement and through that operational review.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Kellick.
Thanks. Okay, so how much do we have in the capital reserve that's unallocated to a project right now? Do we know what the number is? Just out of curiosity?
I'll just pass that over to Ann Victor.
Sure.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hughes. Just looking that up, just one sec. The capital reserve currently has 4.9 million.
Okay, thank you. Just so that we know what we're dealing with when we're talking about moving or not moving or any of that. A couple of things, I'll start easier. Neil Ross Road, it's on the unfunded list. So is the intention to bring it next year instead, or what will it, that would be, where are we at with actually making Neil Ross Road a possibility?
I'll ask Mr. Schick speak. Or Donnie George, yeah, either one. Dean, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So right now, in terms of Neil Ross Road, it's not an immediate need for servicing. However, we do plan from a city perspective to bring forward a charter suggesting that we get the preliminary engineering work done and the design. In saying that, Neil Ross has a dedicated charter, but the alternative would be is that we can prioritize it through the Eng 082, the preliminary design work as well, for arterial roadways. And then there isn't the expectation at this moment that the city would be front-ending construction at this time.
So if I heard you correctly, we would not be front-ending construction is the intention? We're just going to do the planning?
As of this moment, that's right. We would be establishing the right of way, getting the preliminary design, and giving a basis that development can work off of, as well as put ourselves in a position that should that stance change or there be unknown circumstances occur that the city must front end it, then we'd be in a position to take the next steps in a more expedited fashion.
Okay. I don't know if we haven't met with Sturgeon County in a while, but has there been any discussions about them contributing even to this portion of the design, since they are also beneficiaries of this?
No, I'm sorry to say that there has not been any discussion around cost sharing for Neil Ross Road.
Yeah, and I would say the same is true at the executive level. We've not had that discussion.
I know that traditionally we've had actually a meeting towards the end of like this month, actually, and we didn't hear anything about this meeting. I think that the next opportunity that we have a meeting, we should have a meeting and discuss this, so that regardless what happens, we start discussing how we'd work together to pay for this event that they wanted it as well. So maybe they'll come to the table. So we do have a topic for next meeting, I guess what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so that's that. Intelligent traffic. I'm going to talk about the unfunded ones for now, Dean, just so that you get to just exhale after we're done. So the intelligent traffic, it's not on the funded list. What were you thinking you wanted to do if you did get it funded?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Essentially the continuation, possible expansion of the adaptive signal infrastructure that's currently been applied to the Boudreaux Road corridor and St. Albert Trail corridor. One of the reasons why it's on the recommended unfunded list is that we're still going through some testing of that system. So it's not necessarily at the well proven and at the point to suggest that we can document and identify the cost benefits and the operational benefits fully of the adaptive system. We still have some internal work to advance in that regard, and just continue to monitor the system itself, apply it. We're working with the manufacturer and the distributor of the equipment and the system. And still, I guess at the end of the day, I would suggest we're still improving upon it before I would suggest expanding on it.
Okay, I hear you. The other one was, you mentioned one of those capital charters was to improve Boudreaux and Sir Winston Churchill, if I remember correctly. So what are we thinking we want to do to that intersection? I'm not disagreeing with you that it can be dangerous. I'm just, what do we think we can actually do to make it better?
Through you, Councillor Hughes, we actually have done on a variety of different sites, some priority sites, Boudreaux and Sir Winston Churchill being one of them, some preliminary design work. And at that intersection itself, we investigated the key opportunities were to address the safety issue, which are the left turn movements. We've had some issues with motor vehicle collisions involving left turns, as well as pedestrian incidents. And as well as some delay, some congestion occurring because there's no right turn bays. You guys are probably all well aware that there's a shared through right lanes. And so there's some operational and safety improvements. And what we did through the last year is investigated a typical four-legged intersection design, as well as the potential of a roundabout. And so at this time, both scenarios were investigated and evaluated against the benefits of operational benefits, as well as safety benefits and estimated costs, and which are substantial. And at this moment, we would say that the roundabout is actually the preferred option. However, the costs of implementing the improvement currently outweigh the actual issues that are occurring. And so it's not necessarily at a cost benefit recommendation at this time.
But you are still planning to do something. The charter's in front of us, so you'll just be doing the other one. Whatever.
That's correct. So the charter in front end for consideration of council's approval is for the intersection of St. Albert Trail and St. Anne Street. That's proposed for 2025 that $110,000 be applied to detailed design to take it to a tender ready stage for construction of improvements, which will address safety and operational improvements, as well as link and coordinate RMR work required at the intersection as well. So we're looking to coordinate and capitalize on the coordination of improvement, kind of growth related, as well as RMR project delivery.
No, I'm glad that we're doing this and then coming back and telling us, because instead of having to just do a wild guess and throw darts in a wall and hope that it's the right number. This is something that goes back a little bit, Dean, but I have you here, is that Hebert and Snabbert Trail at one point, actually at several points, was going to be upgraded. And I drive it, man, and it's not been upgraded. So I'm just wondering, have we given up on that intersection, or are we still planning to upgrade it, or where are we at with that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. To provide a bit of a status update, that was one of the locations as well. The corridor essentially from Gate Avenue to the Anthony Henday West off-ramp. That entire corridor and section, inclusive of the St. Albert Trail and Hebert intersection, was reviewed and some preliminary design work completed. It's one of the 4 candidate sites for improvements. And right now it is sitting at a state of having that preliminary design completed. And I believe it's ranked as the 3rd, as per the charter. It kind of identifies when the proposed time. So in the future, within the 10-year capital plan, is a budget requested for the work on St. Albert Trail itself.
And forgive me for not seeing it right in front of me, but what is number 1 right now? What are 1 and 2?
So the first intersection planned is St. Albert Trail and St. Anne. That's detailed design in 2025, construction 2026. And then Boudreaux and Campbell is the second priority right now. Proposed for, I apologize because I'm just going to open the charter.
Yeah, 26, 27 is what I'm hearing.
Boudreaux and Campbell would be 27, 28. And to each one now, because each of those sites have preliminary design completed, the delivery would include 1 year of detailed design to get it to a tender ready stage, and then a following year construction.
And I'm assuming that 1 year detailed design would cost less because you've already had the preliminary done, or is it still the same base price as had we not done it at all?
No, that's correct. It is a reduction. The detailed design is essentially typical estimates of design is 10% of construction costs. And if you break it down, ironically, 60% of design takes about 60% of the cost of that design and 40% of the detail.
Okay, perfect. So the Badger lands, I'm wondering, it has a list there. So when we did the approval of the West ASP, that included Badger lands, right? Okay. And so this is the next step. So after we finish that, could you in theory develop on it? Or is there more, what's the end result of what we're planning to do with that business charter?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So the intent with this is to, administration has identified a number of municipal land needs for that Badger land, the city-owned Badger land site. The idea would be to try to plan out those facilities so that they maximize the use of the site in the most efficient manner. And then we built that into the neighborhood plan for the Badger lands area and move forward with development in a kind of sequential kind of process there.
So would this be the neighborhood plan is what this
This
is?
would inform the neighborhood plan as far as utilization of that site.
So let's say we wanted to develop and we're like, money fell from the sky and everything was wonderful.
Mhm.
When's the soonest that we'd actually be putting shovels into the ground in Badgerlands?
Yeah, I mean,
Like 3 years, 5 years?
I would say probably a couple of years at a minimum.
Okay.
We haven't started working on this neighborhood plan component yet, but well, we've kind of started kicking at it a little bit, but really to get the major kind of elements of it going, we haven't really gotten there yet. So it's going to take a little bit of time still. Probably.
Okay, and then we have servicing and stuff because we still have to get the pipes over. One thing that was wondering though is that I don't disagree with the idea of putting a high school there. I had a motion to do so. But then we'd have like 3 high schools within spitting distance of each other. So we'd have Belrose. Would there be an intention to only like to pick the favorite 2? Or because you have a high school listed as a possibility? And then there's a million things we can do at the community Mendes site. It doesn't have to be a high school. Pickleball just came. So is the intention to have 2 out of the 3 in the end, or is the intention, like, what is the intention with the high school? And you mentioned it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So essentially, we did identify that as a potential high school site just because of the difficulty in finding sites that large. As we go through the site planning process, I think we'll find out needs and then how much land we have actually based on priority to fit all of those or accommodate all of those needs or those potential needs. So it may be that it doesn't end up being a high school site, but it maybe ends up being some other facility, a rec facility or something like that that could go there. It's all kind of, it needs to be informed through that process still.
Okay. Well, where the high school is right now, you know, it is just right now just dirt. So if we had to, we could switch it, just saying, you know, because I know that the school boards have reservations about having them so close together. Okay, so that was that. Okay, the business and the building inspection, you asked for one last year that was approved, and now we're asking for the electrical inspection this year. So explain.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So the position that was approved last year was a term position to help us navigate the process of implementing the e-permitting software, that kind of transition timeframe. This position is a permanent electrical inspector position.
Okay, because I'm seeing building compliance officer and it was saying it was permanent, 1 FTE. Was the purpose of improving building inspection capacity by reallocating administrative duties from technical experts in order to allow them to have more apply their skills and knowledge in the field. So that's what and it didn't say term. So I'm just trying to break this square here.
So yes, it was approved as a permanent, hired as a term. I apologize.
So if it was hired as a term, then wouldn't we already have the money for it in the budget?
It's a different position. So that is an entirely different position. That is somebody that manages all of the thousands of applications that come in every year and make sure that those get distributed to the correct inspectors and then follows up when those files are closed. This position that we're talking about, the electrical inspector, is an actual in the field inspector that goes out, and they're a journeyman or a master electrician, I apologize, that has safety codes training, and they go out and they make sure that all the electrical installations and structures within the city are meeting code and safe.
I understand now.
Yeah, I apologize.
I get it. One is with paper and organizing it,
One
one
is-
putting them out there.
One is administrative, one is in the field, yeah.
I'm going to be a master electrician in my next life. Same thing goes to the planning analyst. So you asked for one last year, and this year you're asking for one again. So, and I understand that the numbers are going up, et cetera. I'm just trying to, you're asking for them back to back. So can you just expand on that?
Yeah, again, so the planning techs are, the planning technicians, we're seeing just an overwhelming amount of work, like it continues to increase. As we see the growth continue to increase, they're being asked to do more things. They're having to do the addressing for all the new growth, as we said, which takes some time. They're being asked to weigh in on the technical viability of all of these individual developer proposals. So all of that, the build request for everything, our planning techs are mapping that out with planning staff to try to figure out how that works. So like there's just a significant increase in the overall workload. And then I think the one thing that was mentioned in the business case is when we did migrate in the past from our previous permitting software to our current permitting software, our planning technicians absorbed probably 75% of the time that it took to do that for the department. So there's like a significant amount of preparation that goes into moving to this new permitting software. And so that was the intent.
So if I hear you correctly, what I'm hearing is that even though we've hired one more, the staff are still feeling overwhelmed. Are they working a ton of overtime as well?
We try to manage overtime, but they are feeling very, very overwhelmed.
The other thing I'm wondering is, and I realize that we tout this as something special, that we have really fast turnaround times for development approvals and stuff. But I'm wondering if the expectation to meet this standard that we've kind of just almost arbitrarily set for ourselves is creating extra stress. And that, like, instead of saying we get it done in 24 hours, what if we said we would get done within a week or something? Because people don't always expect it to have same day turnaround service. Would that make it not specific to this position, Adrian? So I'm not asking this and saying cut the position. But what I'm trying to figure out is, would it reduce the stress load if we did not keep increasing the speed of what we expect to have as a development turnaround time?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So it's an interesting one. I think you've got a bunch of driven folks within the department that want to turn around things and do their best as fast as they can. And trying to tell them to slow down. Sometimes, I think it's for mental health. There's definitely a component of reality there that sometimes we need to be able to take a pause and make sure that we're not overdoing it too much. But by the same token, I think that there's a lot of people that pride themselves on that ability to try to turn things around quickly.
Okay, I am just
appreciate
concerned
the
about
comment.
potential burnout. So, I guess I'm just looking at Mr. Fletcher. Maybe we need to tell them that it's okay if we don't get it done in 24 hours or 6 hours or 35 minutes or whatever we've come up with. That it's still very reasonable and impressive, even if we get it done in 2 days. The land coordinator, I thought that we already hired a land coordinator as well. Somewhere in this past term, I felt like I talked about land.
Budget.
And so why? Can we expand on that a little bit?
I'll defer to Ms. George on that question.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for that question. Yes, you're absolutely right. Last year, thank you for approving the senior land municipal position, which is currently filled. So what happened in the process last 2-3 years, we've been having to bring together all the land needs under one umbrella. So we did go through a little bit of reorganization within the engineering, one of the branches, which is now called Asset Management, Land and Integrated Infrastructure Services. So the land has got a little bit more weightage right now. When we look across the organization, pieces of the land components are being done on the side of the desk for many. So we are trying to bring that all under one umbrella. So that senior land position is hired now. So the temporary position that we had last year to deal with all the land needs, we are now technically asking it to be converted to a permanent position, so they can work together to get that land portfolio going in the right direction for us.
So is it a term position and I just mistook it and we're just now transferring it over? Is that what I'm hearing, Donnie?
Yeah, the land coordinator position is a term position now, and then now we're converting that into an FTE. That's the request in front of you.
Okay, because we're just confident that this workload's not going away anytime soon.
That's right. As long as we are remaining as a city, we'll have land matters to deal with forever.
Apparently. The other question, for the HVAC technician and the other building, the electrician, and I know that Councillor Killick mentioned, okay, are we getting the cost recovery? So did we actually amend the amount that we're expecting to get in user fees to reflect this? Or did we just take last year's user fees and just increase them like we normally would?
You're talking about master rates at this point in time?
Correct. Like, how we have, because
Yeah.
this is what I'm doing in my head. This is how I think we're doing our budget. You can tell me if I'm wrong. You can look at me down. Is that this is like, these are all the expenses and then we have all the revenue on one side and we did not offset it and say, okay, this is 25 net because we have it on this side. So on this side where we have the master rates, did we say we're expecting to have more? And so therefore, or is it just that we're just distributing the workload the same? And so we're not actually expecting more?
No, it's a fair question. So in this case, in this year, we did not apply an offset for the position. We only applied an offset for inflation.
So why?
I guess at this point in time, we were just proceeding as if the case were not funded.
So I'll do an information request on how much we expect that to be if it was funded. And then if it is, then if there's no motion to take it off, then I'll put the motion in that we offset it. Does that make sense? Okay, so let me just make a thing here, make a BIR because I'm trying to make things at once. And then I think I'm almost finished. The 3 categories that we were discussing, just because we didn't have the thing in front of us, is planning, engineering, economic development. There is nothing from ED at all, right? There's nothing coming in from ED.
There were no cases this
No
year for
additional stuff.
economic development, correct?
And we did hire somebody for that 3-year term.
Correct.
And they're in the position now. And what was the third area that we're doing? I wrote it down and now I've lost it. Forgive me. We have planning, engineering, We have ED. What was the third one that were discussing today now? You had it on your main slide.
So it's planning and development.
Yeah.
And then engineering.
Okay.
And then economic development.
Okay. I'm gonna let Councillor Killick go and see if I have any more. Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. Just trying to understand on project engineering OED2, $650,000. And when I read the work plan, it says the next priority candidates for preliminary work to be completed in 2025. So I assume that's what we're funding for 650 is preliminary planning for Drew Road West and Leclerc Way. It seems like $650,000 for a preliminary plan is, I must be disconnected in understanding how much a preliminary plan costs and what do we get for it. So if I could have a little bit of clarity as to what those projects are going to deliver would be helpful.
Again, I'll ask Mr. Schick to answer that one.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Councillor Killick, for the question. So essentially what it is it's preliminary engineering and design. It's not just the development of a plan. The engineering and design works essentially off of the functional study and or conceptual work that's already been completed. And in regards to the 2025 funding, what's before council is actually on the charter. It may not be very clear, but the Giroux Road, Township Road 540A preliminary engineering and design work is not part of the 082 charter. That will be part of, it was part of the approved Lakeview Business Servicing. So that's not really part of it, but it was a next priority. So we just want to make sure we communicated it to say what the priority was and how where it was being funded from. Leclerc Way is the next priority that would be completed through this project. And essentially what it is the case where the engineering and design work requires site survey, geotechnical, environmental assessments. It requires a fairly substantial team to go out there and perform the actual work. It addresses the ultimate design, like it does 60% of the design work essentially for a capital project, for a roadway project. And so it gets to that level of detail. And as mentioned, in typical estimates, we take 10% of estimated construction costs to estimate the design costs. And 60% of that is about the preliminary engineering design costs that we apply. And so, but that full scope of work is, it's field assessments, it's survey work, it's all the geotechnical and environmental assessments, multiple iterations potentially, because as you get to a 60%, there's a preliminary scope and then a 30% design review and a final 60% submission. And there's kind of a communication between the professional service doing the work and administration that they provide the drafts. And then we have internal stakeholders provide comments and changes are made and meetings and whatnot. So there's a fair bit of scope in delivering that preliminary engineering and design work.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And the other one was just something that I'm not sure if it's a carryover project, but I just want to get clear was the roundabout that was planned for Villeneuve and Hogan. Is that still on the books and as a carryover project from 2024 funding, or where would I see that?
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Councillor Killick. Thank you for your question. That was approved by council. Thank you for approving the Villeneuve Road project. And it's going through design right now, getting prepared for a tender ready for the project. The intersection will be completed, Hogan and Villeneuve, transition to a roundabout in 2025. And then 2026 is the remaining corridor. Taking the corridor to connect where the improvements have been completed with phase 1 of the Villeneuve Road work from Denison, Jensen Gateway to just west of what will be the new roundabout at Hogan and Villeneuve, essentially to the west side of the Nauvoo development on Villeneuve Road. And so it's a 2-year capital project planned as a 2-year construction delivery starting in 2025.
Okay, thank you very much.
These are working now, right? You guys can know when you guys have questions. So I'm seeing no more questions. And I see the libraries here. Thank you guys for coming early. We've been pushing ahead into like next week's budget, so it's awesome. You guys could come. So, are we done with Adrian's presentation then? Everyone's comfortable? Seeing no questions online? Oh, and AHF is here too. Awesome. Okay, so why don't we move on to our outside agencies? Why don't we go to the library because they were here first? So Donna, are you doing the presentation?
How many library people does it take to do it?
Don't you guys teach courses in this?
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. As you
I
already
don't know if
know,
that's on. Hold on.
Can you
Mic's
hear
not
me?
on. We could sort of hear you, but Wes and Natalie wouldn't be able to, so give us
that
2
would be
secs.
unfair.
Oh, we're going with the portable again. It's the fail-safe model.
We can hear it. It's just kind of quieter than usual.
No, we got the portable mic.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I promise I will not. Good afternoon. My name is Donna Kawahara, and I am the co-chair for the St. Albert Public Library Board. Thank you to City Council and staff for inviting me and Library CEO Peter Bailey to present St. Albert Public Library's 2025 budget proposal today. We thank the City of St. Albert for its ongoing support of library services for all St. Albertans. We understand the financial pressures facing the city. However, the library has faced strong inflationary pressures, and an increase in 2025 is unavoidable. We have worked diligently to keep the increase in the library's 2025 funding request to a minimum. Our annual operating funding request for the city for 2025 is $4,715,800, a 4.96% increase from 2024. This increase in funding will enable St. Albert Public Library to maintain existing services and service levels while responding to community growth, enhancing efficiencies, and advancing St. Albert Public Library's strategic priorities. Service levels in 2025 will stay consistent with 2024 levels, including maintaining some service level reductions. 2 FTEs were eliminated in 2023 and have resulted in reduction of services in digital literacy programming and collections response time. Maintained reduced weekday morning hours, the 9 to 10 a.m. Slot at the downtown library, and an increase in funding for collections, such as books and digital resources, is required in response to increased costs and demand for digital resources, such as our ebooks and e-audiobooks. While most 2025 budget lines are flatlined from 2024, the requested increase in funding is mainly the result of investing in our people, the ones who make the library the important community resource that it is. Great people make great libraries, and we are fortunate to have so many great people at St. Albert Public Library. The library continues to respond to strong growth. Metrics are up across the board. Memberships are up 13% over last year, while in-person visits are up 10% and programming attendance is up 7%. Children who participated in the summer reading game read more than 1 million minutes for the second consecutive year. Isn't that amazing? Teen participation in the summer reading game has increased an incredible 92% over 2019 levels. The summer reading game is hugely successful, thanks in part to a generous donation from McCoy Family Foundation. We continue to see significant increase in use at the Jensen Lakes Library, thanks in part to the continued growth of the community in Northwest St. Albert. In-person visits continue to climb and have nearly tripled since it opened in 2020. We will soon be celebrating 5 years of successes at this site. Families on the north side of the city are embracing this convenient location, the only public service on the north side of the city. And after-school programs continue to fill fast with waiting lists. To meet the increased demand for services at Jensen Lake Library, in 2024, a part-time staff member became a full-time employee. A small increase is required to meet the full year effect for this change. On the screen, we have an overview of St. Albert Public Library's budget since 2020. The proposed 4.96% increase for 2025 would bring the library's budget back up to 2019 levels, which is in alignment with the City of St. Albert's proposed increases. We closed the Library Materials Center at the St. Albert Professional Building in August of 2024, and remaining staff have squeezed into the downtown library, resulting in a savings of $40,000 for 2024. The full savings of $72,000 annually will be reflected in 2025 and going forward. We proceeded with outsourcing of processing and cataloging services and consolidated one FTE with a part-time position after a staff retirement in 2024. 2 other FTE positions were eliminated in 2023, which resulted in reduced services in digital literacy programming and collections response time. Looking forward, the 2025 library operating budget is built to accomplish the goals and objectives of the new library strategic plan 2023 to 28. Here for you, here for all. Based on community input, in 2025, we will move ahead with meeting these priorities. Create young readers, early literacy, participate and connect, community engagement, and pursue truth and reconciliation. As a municipal service, the library's primary funder is the City of St. Albert. Another substantial revenue component is annual per capita funding from the province of Alberta, which remains static. The library continues to make careful use of its reserves, with $15,000 to come from the Operating Stabilization Reserve in 2025. However, funding from reserves is unsustainable. Thank you to the City of St. Albert for investing in quality library services for all St. Albertans and for taking the time today to consider our budget request for 2025. Thank you.
Awesome. Got some questions, but I'll just start with, oh, it's a good picture of the council with you guys. You guys continue to amaze me. One of your strategic priorities is reconciliation, and you're, I would say, knocking it out of the park with that one, especially with your recent award for the Teen Bannock, but also your presence at almost everything related to reconciliation. I just wanted to thank you for that. And the reading game was amazing again this year. I always get to tour it, and it's so much fun. And did you say, how much did you say it increased over 19? 92%
for the teens.
That's amazing.
It is absolutely astounding.
Yeah, super proud of the work you guys are doing. Councillor Hughes has a question.
Thank you. And before I ask my other budget question, the ebooks on Hoopla, you used to get 7, now get 5, and are we down to 4 now? Okay, and this is just to, because most people don't use it. So I guess what was the rationale to reducing it to that?
So Hoopla is it's a victim of its own success. It's a pay per use model, which in the beginning was sustainable because not many people, except for you, knew about it. Most people use the Libby Overdrive ebooks and e-audio. So as it's gotten more popular, the costs have gone up. So we're spending a lot on Hoopla specifically for digital audiobooks, which is just exploding in popularity. So we want to keep it because it is successful, but we've had to bring down the number of uses per month.
Yeah, no, the audiobooks are awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm
I
listening
agree.
to one now. So would it be easier or like, why don't you just transfer everything into Libby then? I'm just wondering from a practical point of view, or is it just that they don't have the same selection?
That's it exactly. And we have to pay up front for the Libby Overdrive books, and those titles, like the last Stephen King book on digital audio was $160. So
Okay.
there's a balance there between paying for a thing up front and paying per use. And the Hoopla component is just driving up our costs. So
Well, I know, but they have really good books. So have you looked into figuring out a plan for how to manage the ebook? Because it's not going away. It's just way more convenient than getting physical books, right? And you don't have to worry about overdue charges, and it's right there and you have it on your phone. Like there's a million things that you can use. So what I'm asking for is because I know right now you're coming in with pretty tight budgets, relatively speaking, compared to, I guess they're actually consistent budgets. Before they went up by 200 grand, they're still going up by 200 grand, but it's just the cost of living, but you're not asking for more. So has there been any thought into how you'll have a long-term plan to manage the e and audiobooks? Or because you've got three different sources you've got the Libby, you've got Hoopla, and you've got another one. I can't remember the name, but you would know it.
Canopy.
There we go. So I guess, because they all have their own drains. So do you need help in figuring out, like as in resources, to figuring out a longer term plan and how to manage it? Or do you think that the way you're doing it is going to be long-term sustainable?
The short answer is we're pouring resources into Libby and Overdrive. You may not have noticed, but we've done a couple of big buys over the summer to try and take users from the pay-per-use model into the upfront model. So yeah, that's the long-term goal is to lessen the use of Hoopla because it is really pricey.
Okay, so you do have a plan and you don't need more help.
We do have a plan, yeah.
Okay. So Jensen Lakes, you said how the numbers are increasing. I'm just curious, do you have those numbers? Because if you had them, forgive me, I missed it. But I'm just curious how it's doing. Like an actual.
I'm not sure if I have the actual number here. What I do know is that the wait list for the programs at Jensen Lakes Library, the current wait list is sitting at 126 people, which is huge.
And has there been any thought to expanding the hours then, or?
What I can answer your first question first. So our in-person visits for Jensen Lakes Library is up 9% from 2023. We're sitting at year-to-date 32,463 visits, which has surpassed 2023's number of 29,675. And the year's not done.
Sure. And then how many in person in the main branch? It's like 1 million or something, isn't it?
We're up 10% for the current year. So 2023, we had seen in-person visits of 173,180, and to date, we have 189,890.
Okay. I'm just writing it down just so I have an idea. And I was only some of those, so that's good. The other thing I just didn't, here we go. Our operational funding request is 4.7 million. So I know we had it below there in your numbers, but it was like, which one did you want us from? So the two from operations capital is what you're asking us for the 4.7 million. Is that right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat
the total amount you're asking for this year is the 4.7 million for the That is correct. Okay. And I think just as one other thing, with the reading game at the end of the year, I'm just asking, I don't know, but I'm assuming that every child that finishes the reading game that wants to do the special thing at the end is accommodated and that we don't tell anybody that we're too full to accommodate. I didn't get a complaint. I'm just asking to make sure.
Every child who registers for the
Mhm.
wrap-up party
Is able to do it?
is able to go, yeah.
Yeah, I guess not just register, but if they finish it and they want to register, if we say all the slots are full, we accommodate, and make another
Yep. Yeah.
thing?
We did add an additional
Perfect.
time.
Okay, awesome. Just if you've read that many books, you should be able to see the magician. That's my opinion. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Bermansky.
Thank you through the mayor. Thank you for presenting to us today. A couple questions I have. Why are sales and user fees down in your revenue? 2023, 112.52 in 2024, and then you're projecting in the 50s for the next few years.
I feel like I've missed part of what you said, Shelley.
Sales and user.
The sales and user fee.
Yes, why are they down? I'll move closer to this mic here.
Thank you. I have a hearing deficit. I apologize.
Like they're less than half between 2023 and 2024, and then you've got it remaining about there going forward.
I don't have complete information on that right now. I could get back to you. Mary Ellen has just suggested one reason is the continuing uptick in digital use, which doesn't have overdue fines attached to it. So that's one reason.
Okay, if you could send us an email, that'd be great. If you
Sure.
get an answer. Secondly, the province's funding has remained static due to advocacy to the province. I mean, we're always getting advocated at council and, you know, if the province is not raising their contribution.
We have a mid-sized city librarians group, directors of all of them. We're actually meeting a week from now, and we're going to be composing our budget request advocacy letter. So yes, we
Do you
are.
know why they remain static? What's their reasoning?
Just part of that is they did increase the per capita amount.
Mhm.
Or no, they've kept the per capita amount the same since many years ago. They did move to using 2019 census numbers. So that was an improvement. They were using 2015, I think, previous to that. So part of our advocacy letter is, could you please use current census numbers? Airdrie is one of those mid-sized libraries that I meet with, and you know, their population has tripled in the last, I don't know, 10 years or something. So it really hurts places like Airdrie, but it hurts us too. We're 72,000 people now, so.
I think they're 84 now, right?
Yeah.
They're going fast.
Okay, and then how many staff are at each location, the main and the Jensen?
So we go with FTEs. We've got 35 FTEs in total. We've probably got around 70 staff at currently. It's hard to say how many staff are there. We have all the staff at JLL also work at downtown. So there is one full-time FTE who works primarily at JLL. So
And that's the one you just created?
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
she moved from part-time to full-time. this
Okay,
fall.
and when you're only open 35 hours a week there, would that person work at both locations then, or?
That's right. And she's our key programming person. She does most of the programs that are there, so she needs what we call off-desk time to plan those programs.
Okay, and then another question, your utilities have went up. We did the energy efficiency, you know, I guess, research within City Hall and new lights and such. Is the library on anything inefficiency in your corner of the?
Yeah, the St. Albert or the downtown facility is part of the city's, sorry, I've forgotten the title of the program. The renovations that are going on. Yeah.
Okay, so that's being taken care of.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we're part of that.
Okay, and oh, and the number of visits to the main library, how much has T and Bannock boosted your visit?
Every little bit helps, I would say. I keep saying to staff over the last couple of years,
Right.
bums in seats. We
Right.
gotta get people back to the library.
Have you noticed when people come in for that, do they just come in for the snack and visit, or have they, you know, like got some books or something as well? And
They definitely come in and are curious. It's been one of the most gratifying things about T and Bannock is seeing people who have never been to their library
Mhm.
ever before, and they're in there, they're getting cards out, and they're using the collections. So it's really great to see.
how much does that cost you to put that on?
So it's mostly staff time. It is a partnered program, so you know,
Okay.
we thank the Métis Local for partnering with us, and they had some funding for the actual Bannock. We'll see if that continues in the future, but you know, Bannock is a really small price to pay for such a wonderful program.
Excellent. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes has a couple more.
I have a couple more. It's okay. This isn't hurting too much, right? This has been okay, Peter. Okay, good. Okay, so the one thing I have is, okay, you're saying you did a 4.9% increase from 2024, but when you sent in the documents, it's not I don't see 4.9. Like, the request was 4.493 before, now it's 4.7. So it's just over 200,000. The 2020, so I don't have last year's budget, but it seems like it's not a 5% increase. And I don't want people to think it is if it isn't. Do you know what I mean? You get enough flack without having to get a higher percent increase than before. So
our overall budget
Mhm.
includes a 170,000 increase.
Okay.
Our request to the city is 223,000.
Okay, still isn't 5% though, is it? Unless I guess maybe it is. Maybe that's just 200,000 is that. I'm doing that. 5% is 10. Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, so what I was wondering here was you have on the second point, the response to cost pressures and transitioning to third-party processing and cataloging of materials, more funds required for collections of 2025. So can you just explain what you meant by that?
So the outsourcing of cataloging and processing in the long term is going to save us money through staff attrition, staff reductions. In the meantime, we are transitioning to that. So we've got the new costs of paying for the cataloging and processing, and we haven't reduced those staff positions.
Okay.
Those, and getting into personnel here, but those folks are near retirement, so I'm hoping to use attrition to accommodate that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just a matter of it's just the transition period that's what's causing it. It's not like, okay, I wasn't sure if there was something else that was. And then you moved into the library, you got, you know, released that other lease. How are you managing with the space? Is everybody okay, or are they on top of each other?
It was difficult. Won't mince words, but I think staff have been very accommodating. And of course, hybrid work has meant, you know, it's much easier for people to share workspaces. So it's a busy hive of activity back there on the second floor, but I think most staff have been good with it.
Okay. I think, oh, how much do you have in your operations reserve? Because I mean, you've been withdrawing from it regularly. How much do you have left in it?
Yeah, the last page. Oh. No, it's in
Oh, she's got it beside you.
stabilization fund, which is our operations, are 164,700 right now.
Okay, and what would you consider to be emergency threshold levels?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what
Like,
you mean.
like you have some and it's like it varies, but there's one where you're like, okay, I get to a point in my budget where if you had a certain number, you're like spending cuts. Like, you know, like we can't draw from this anymore, even though we have the money from it. So I realize you're putting out the 15,000 right now, but has there been any opportunities from end of year to increase it in the past few years, even though you've been withdrawing out from it? Or has it just been continual draws? And at what point do you say, we're not going to use that as an option for finances?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we've been budgeting since COVID.
Yeah.
For some, significant amount to go into operating from reserves.
Okay.
At the end of the year, generally, we've had to draw less than we budgeted.
Okay.
So there's been less of a drawdown than was budgeted.
Okay.
We do have some capital reserves, so it's up to the board if they feel it's necessary to move some from the capital reserves to the operating reserve.
Okay. I was trying to figure out whether or not we should be offsetting that or not, but if you're still comfortable with it right now, then I won't argue with you. Okay, thank you. I think that next year, or whoever sits in the seat next year, just to let us know how much you actually end up having to use of your reserves would be useful as well.
Yeah, we don't have a capital budget, so we fund our computer replacement, our life cycle stuff for
yeah,
the big automation stuff, servers and things. We fund that from the computer reserve, and my IT manager just last week said we're scraping the bottom of this reserve. So that's an area that he suggested we should put that in our budget for 26, that we need
Okay.
replenishment of that reserve in particular.
Okay, we'll definitely put that in if you need it. I just think that people don't recognize the value of just being able to read every day, and really successful people continually read and try to get new skills, and having the library allows them to do that in affordable ways. So thank you for what you guys do. That's it.
Councillor Jolly, Councillor Broadhead, you're good? So that's all the questions we have. I completely appreciate you guys rushing in here. I know you weren't supposed to be here for another hour, half hour, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and Arts and Heritage Foundation and their board vice chair, Maud. Did we get your slides in there?
Leave it to the experts.
Yeah. Might take a sec.
The right member state.
Good afternoon, Mayor Heron and councillors. My name is Ahmad Sani, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Arts and Heritage Foundation, of St. Albert Board of Trustees. With me is Anne Ramsey, our Executive Director, and she will be available to answer questions along with myself after our presentation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our 2025 budget. Today, we are presenting our base budget to maintain service levels at the Art Gallery of St. Albert, the Muse Heritage Museum, and the heritage sites. This includes the maintenance of the 9 historical buildings we steward. You will hear today how we will continue to balance our budget while maintaining service levels and continuing to engage our expanding communities. Areas that we have reduced costs are being reallocated to areas where we would experience increased costs associated with skilled labor and inflation. These initiatives have allowed us to keep our requested budget funding increase within the guidelines. So, what's coming up in 2025? We will continue to offer engaging art and history exhibitions and programming to our community, offer access to artifacts and archival collections through research and exhibitions, and offer a welcoming space for our community to meet and gather. So in 2025, we will mount 20 art and history exhibitions, present over 1,500 school and community programs, offer meeting space for community partners, maintain and increase access to the artifacts and archival collections, and we will maintain 9 heritage buildings. Working within our base budget. During the last few years, we have invested in technology to become more efficient and extend our digital reach to the community. These investments in technology are ongoing and have allowed us to reallocate resources within our base budget to maintain our service levels. Our educational and community programs have rebounded since COVID, and this, along with our retail areas, remain the backbone of our end revenues. Like other organizations, we are continuing to experience inflationary pressures. Areas where we are seeing cost increase are maintenance costs of the historic buildings, both in materials and skilled labor, the cost of living allowance for staff, insurance premiums, and professional fees, professional artist fees, and increasing IT costs, especially in cybersecurity. We are also experiencing stagnant grant funding in the cultural sector. This increase are being offset by an overall decrease in utility and telephone costs due to investments made in new systems, an increase in end revenue and reduced rent and overheads by moving to a smaller foundation office. So, our 2025 budget request, we are asking for a 4.9% increase to our base budget to support increase in costs and stagnant grant funding. We were also asked by city administration to include an additional 20,000 for ground maintenance at the heritage sites, as this will no longer be covered by public works. With the additional 20,000 for ground maintenance, the overall increase to our base budget is 6.1%. Our 2025 proposed budget will allow us to continue to meet the expectations of a growing community. And there you see our budget for your consideration, and we are ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Awesome. Excellent. Okay. First of all, I apologize that I missed our council board get together. I think Mike was, you were the deputy mayor at the time. Yeah. So sorry I wasn't there. Councillor Julie's got her hand up first, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And Mayor, my question is kind of more for administration. I don't know if our rules are relaxed enough for us just to
Yeah,
go ahead.
there, go ahead. Yeah.
So I'm just curious about kind of the shift in ground maintenance from the city to HF.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Jolly. I'm going to ask Elizabeth Wilkie, our Director of Community Services, to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been working with both Public Operations and Arts and Heritage Foundation over the last couple of years as we came out of sort of that post-pandemic recovery time. And we were looking to align our services, look to how we were serving our partner organizations, specific needs of Arts and Heritage Foundation around ground maintenance, specifically when events were planned to be hosted at the Arts and Heritage Foundation at the heritage sites. And one of the things that we found was that the partnership agreement was silent on the level of service that the city would provide, and that in alignment with all of the other partner organizations on city-owned land where ground maintenance is not provided, we were unable to continue to sort of maintain the level of service that had been provided previously. And so we identified what the cost to being able to provide the service at Arts and Heritage Foundation would be, and looked to transfer that cost to Arts and Heritage Foundation, again, in alignment with how we, how partner organization and how city-owned land with partners on it are facilitated elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. So that dollar number, is it kind of a wash? Like whether we do it or whether they do it, it's still kind of that same number?
Yes. But it did not result, sorry, just to probably add more than you were asking. There was not a reduction on the public operations side. It just means that it's more reliable to aligning to Arts and Heritage Foundation schedules and needs.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Okay, so just so I got this straight, Elizabeth, so we've transferred the costs, but I'll ask you guys in a second how you're paying, how you're doing it, but we didn't reduce the public works budget by that same amount. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that we transferred the cost over, but we didn't reduce the public works budget, or you don't know?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hughes, and I'll let my colleague add a little bit more. There was no reduction to public operations budget specific to this. It wasn't part of their service delivery providing the service previously, so it wasn't on a reliable schedule. It was when they had capacity to be able to do it, and post-pandemic, they have not consistently had that capacity to provide the service.
So yeah, I could add a little bit further. Thank you for the question. So the maintenance of the grounds at the Arts and Heritage AHF facility, the Arts and Heritage site, was through our parks and open spaces through Public Works. So you don't see a reduction in it because it is being offset for growth. So the net is, there isn't a net decrease in the overall budget for parks and open spaces because it has been offset against other growth when we actually went to submit our 2025 budget request.
Okay. And we just couldn't fit it in to continue to do it, or?
As well, as Elizabeth said, the discussions have been ongoing for quite some time. So this aligns with the renewal of the partnership agreement, so we could have alignment with other partnership agreements and the services that we are providing. There are specialized services that are over and above the typical services that are provided by those crews. Higher specialized services, higher service levels. So they didn't align with the regular grass cutting that we do in other areas of the city, like Elizabeth mentioned, for special events and, increased durations.
Okay, so was it discussed about just doing it and then adding it to Arts and Heritage's costs, like to their bottom line of the bill? Is that what they're doing, or are they outsourcing it?
We would be outsourcing it.
So again, Was there a thought of saying, okay, this costs us $10,000, so then we will send the bill to AHF for that and have us continue to do it? Or was it where our costs exceeding $20,000?
I can jump in. From what I understand, there is already outsourced services that they are using. So this is going to bring it all under one group or one authority. No, correct me if I'm wrong.
I'll look to you guys right now. So let's talk ground maintenance, the sexiest of all topics. Were you guys previously doing some and now you're doing more, or can you just expand on that so we understand?
It's not on. I don't know what happened.
It's not you, it's us.
I heard the question.
So the city were doing the grass cutting, and then there was always negotiation about who would prune trees. And then there was additional work that was not being done on the heritage sites. So when the river lots were put in, there was quite a lot of landscaping, and that's really been left to people like weed warriors and to our staff. So if we outsource, we will include those additional services in the contract.
And so this would be new. So up to this point, you were relying on volunteers to do the substantial landscaping and offset with what the city was providing. Is that what I'm hearing?
The city were doing the majority of it. It's some of the stuff just wasn't getting done. So it will get done when it's contracted out.
Okay. So I guess that goes back to administration then. So did we look at what the bill would be if we just continued to do it and then just charge them accordingly? Or was it decided that it was better for you just do it all in one lump sum? I guess I'm looking at you as well. Was this discussion happening about us continuing and sending you the bill? Or was it decided that it would be easier just do a one lump of everything, including the things that were not being done, and charging it for the 20 grand?
The second one. For us, it gives us a little bit more control over, the timing. So that if we have special events or we have certain things, we can actually, with a contractor, we can actually get things done when it's more convenient to us rather than having to wait until the last moment.
And is this going to be year round? I know the bulk of it's in the summer, but are you still doing like some kind of snow removal or anything around the site for winter months as well with this?
We currently do the snow clearance ourselves. That's already built into our budget. And the city do the parking lot at the train station. But we actually pay currently to have all the snow removed by the gallery, the train station, the Little White School.
Okay, so that's already happening.
It's
Okay.
already happening, yeah.
Okay, I think just if I still have that. Oh, if Shelley has something, I'll just let go and make sure I'm not missing anything. I think.
You're good. Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you through the mayor. Thank you for your presentation today. Good to see you again. The insurance increase of, it's mentioned here 13% increase. Have you had one long-term provider that's still increasing that much, or have you shopped around on that?
With non-profit insurance, it all seems to go back to the same underwriter. So regardless of the broker, it all seems to point back to one large underwriter. Okay. We will be going out to market next year with our brokers just to make sure that we're getting the best deal.
Okay, that's good. And the professional fees that you're expected to have increase, could you explain for the public what those are paid out for, please?
So in professional fees, it would include our audit and any sort of tax advice or accounting advice that the auditors provide.
Okay. Okay, well, that's it. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes, you have a couple more?
I got one more question. So I know when we went to visit, you guys talked about having the fiber optic not brought to the heritage site. Do we have, or have you had a communication with TELUS or Shaw? I don't have favorites, about how much it would cost to get it brought to the site?
No, we would love some help of someone to talk to. It's really difficult to talk to anybody. We just get pushed around, and they basically tell us that it's not under consideration at this time.
Well, I guess anything's under consideration if you want to pay for it. They may not be willing to do it for free because it's just one location and it's a distance, but I'm I don't know, I can use a BIR, but then I also know you may not have that answer. But when you do get the answer, if you were to call them and say, how much would it cost for us to have it brought over? Then that would give us an idea about whether or not it would actually be feasible to make that happen. So, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? I see Councillor Jolly and Councillor Broadheart are good. Mike and Ken, you're good too? Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Just to go back to the grounds maintenance for 20,000, I assume this is also, although it's kind of a budget issue and we kind of discussed why is it being done this way. I assume this is because it aligns the contract and puts the control back to you guys rather than having it done on kind of a beg, borrow and steal kind of way that it was being done previously. And I'm maybe this is a question of administration that we don't provide grounds maintenance for the senior center, for example, under their contract, they're responsible for it. So this is aligning the contract with arts and heritage the same way. Is that fair to say?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. Yes, you are correct. That is in alignment with our service delivery or our operation of other organizations that have leased land and agreements.
Can I just add one comment to that? We've actually put out an RFP subject to funding for the ground maintenance. Our partnership agreement is on a post-expenditure basis. So if that contract comes in at 15,000, that's what gets billed to the city. It's not a blanket 20,000.
All right. Appreciate you guys coming in here a little bit early, because now we can all go home. Unless Diane Egger wants to go ahead. I'm kidding. Okay, so council, we're good with Arts and Heritage Foundation. Before I go on, I'm going to make sure that there are no postponed motions that need to be read into the record or even IRs that came up or BIRs that came up during this conversation. You don't have to do them today, obviously. Yeah.
They don't have to be read in the BIR.
No, but just curious what people are thinking, right? If they had their mind made up. But I'm seeing none. Hold on.
I have a couple that I know I'm going to submit, Kathy.
You want to submit them or do you want to read them in? Well, you can do both.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, I know these two are simple ones, that the consulting cost for the corporate security risk mitigation of $78,000 is funded through the capital reserve, and that the MES bike patrol is funded through the capital reserve.
Okay.
And then just as a heads up, we're going to have a very wholesome discussion about Service Place next meeting. So just be prepared for many questions about Service Place. Okay, that's it.
So according to my agenda, 4.1, 4.2 are done. The outside agencies at the library and arts and heritage is done. We made the motion on 6.1, and so we're recessed now to October 29th. All right, thanks everyone.
Madam Mayor, I have one question.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Councillor Romansky, I apologize. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. It's just a question for administration. Just clarification, the Founders Walk Capital Project Charter, when will that be presented? Is that on next Tuesday? Okay, thank you.
Diane's gonna have a busy day. Okay, yeah, we'll see you guys all on the 29th, if not before. And I'm exiting the Zoom, so bye, Wes. I think Natalie's already gone. Bye, guys.
See you later.
Wes, are you back next week?